I'm going to reconvene the select board meeting that we continued from Tuesday night. So there was some BCTV technical difficulties, and for people who are just tuning in now wondering, whoa, we usually do Tuesdays, why are we here on Thursday? We decided, the board voted, and we decided to recess and start again today once those technical issues could be resolved. I'm happy to report they are resolved, and you know, I don't think I don't think the town has like a better partner when it comes to putting out information than BCTV, and I'm incredibly grateful for all of their work. And one technical issue for one meeting is not a fair representation of like all of the amazing work that they do. So yeah, I just again appreciate all of your guys' work, and I'm really grateful you were able to get working so that we could get the meeting on again tonight. So thanks so much. And with that, I want to remind just point out to everyone, there is a modified memorandum for agenda item new business 8B, I think subsection III. It's up at the table there. You got some time to look at it there. I believe it's also on the website, Patrick?
Yes.
Yes, great. So, and with that, because this is a continued meeting from Tuesday, we're just going to move forward from where we were at in the agenda on Tuesday night, which was we were in the middle of select board comments and committee reports. And I believe Franz had been recognized right when we stopped. So I turn it back over to you, Mr. Reichsman, Dr. Reichsman.
Thank you, Ian. So let me start. I got a couple of things I want to talk about. One is that on Tuesday, I was glad that you mentioned Stuart Thurber, who died a couple of weeks ago now. And I'm sure there are others who could say more than I can about Stuart's contributions to our town and our state. But I want to say more generally just how lucky we are to have Lilac Ridge Farm here in Brattleboro. And how much the Thurber family has meant to my family since we came to Ames Hill some 60 years ago or so. At first, it was Stuart's father, I guess you might say, was the patriarch, and he was Stuart Sr., and Stuart's mother Marjorie was there, and then we got Stuart and Beverly out of the deal. And now the next generation, their children are, basically running the place, and the grandchildren are, starting to grow up as well. So it's they're well established, that's for sure. And they've all created and are still creating a working farm with dairy cows and flower beds, chickens and organic vegetables, a vineyard and maple creamies for all of us to enjoy. It's innovation and tradition all wrapped up into one. So I just want to say here's to you, Stuart, and to your family too, and long may they prosper on Ames Hill Road in Brattleboro, Vermont. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Franz.
And item two, everybody who's written into our website, and there's a lot of stuff there, as you know. I just want to say thanks for sharing and let you know that I've read them all, and also let you know that that is not enough. I want more. And this means that I'm hereby announcing the return of office hours beginning tomorrow morning at the Works, 8 a.m. to 11. I'll be there. Come on in, and we'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. And I'll be there Monday morning from 8 to 11. And Tuesday, I'm going to be in front of the library from noon to 2 and from 4 to 6. So those are your opportunities. Come in and say whatever it is you want to say. There's so much information out there. A lot of people have part of it but don't necessarily have all of it. So this will be a chance for us to go over it in as much detail as you want and try to really firm up our opinions of where we go from here. That's what I'll be doing anyway. I invite everyone to join me. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Franz. Other board? Yes, Daniel.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. I want to say this now because I don't think it'll be germane when we get to the first agenda item. But I want to publicly thank the successful collaboration between the police department and other law enforcement entities and some of the high-profile, what's the correct words, characterize this, raids on drug houses, frankly, that have had an impact. And I know that there's significantly more activity in town that you would like to see impacted, and I would like to see that too. And I believe that the police department is working really well with other state partners in impacting that. So, you know, I just want to say thank you and more to come.
Great. Thank you very much, Daniel. Any other board members? Seeing none. Okay, so we're going to move on to agenda item 6, which is public participation. So I see some new faces. Public participation is an opportunity to speak on an item that isn't warned on the agenda tonight. You can also use this as an opportunity to request that the select board pull an item that's on the agenda, the consent agenda, which is the next thing we'll consider. If you want us to pull one of those, we'll hear you, and then we'll pull it and consider it at the end of the regularly warned agenda. So with that, you raise your hand if you want to speak on public participation, and I see Dick. And I'll just ask, throughout the meeting, I ask you guys to keep your comment to 3 minutes. And when you come up, if you want to just say your name and where you're from for the record, I would greatly appreciate it.
Dick DeGray, Brattleboro. A couple of things. First, the September 12th meeting, I don't believe that's a warned select board meeting. Could you
Correct.
tell me why it's not a warned select board meeting? If you're inviting the public, and all the narrative that we hear from you and everything that we're reading talks about hearing from the public, and then you're not going to be present at a meeting on the 12th. I don't think that's a good idea, and I would ask you to reconsider that so that you can hear from the public that you're inviting to hear about what we're doing today. Second item, the crime that's been happening in town and more specifically downtown, the shoplifting, I would like you to ask our state's attorney, Tracy Shriver, and our local delegation up in Montpelier to come to a meeting, hopefully the first meeting in October, but if you can't fit it in, the second meeting, where people talk all the time about these people, these habitual offenders. They get arrested, and then they go to court, and then they're back on the street, and they're robbing someone else's store. I think it would be a great civics lesson. So you could ask questions, but I do know that the public and a lot of businesses have questions for her, and if it's the laws, and Ms. Shriver is hamstrung by the legislature and what laws they're not passing, or what they could be doing for funding, because one of our offenders is a habitual drug user, and everybody knows it, and this kid steals to feed his habit. This kid doesn't need jail time. He needs help in an institution where they can help him wean himself off drugs. So I think it would be great if you guys do that, and I think it would be great for the town, because we all ask the same questions, but we're not asking them to the people who could answer those questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Dick. Patrick, is there a hand there? No. Anyone else wish to speak on? Yes, sir. I see you right there.
My name is Tim Kipp. I live on Chase Street. I've been a resident for nearly 50 years.
Hi, Tim.
It's
No problem. Welcome, Tim.
Germaine.
Let me ask a question first, and maybe I should be doing this at another time. It's about, I'm going to be talking about, we've been working on getting rid of a drug house on Linden Street. And we've been doing it for over a year, and we've been working with the Brat PD very closely on that. And I believe that the chief of police will be talking about that today. I'm not sure about the drug house problem. No, not necessarily. Okay.
Not quite.
All right.
That's not quite the warrant agenda.
Okay, then, if you don't count those introductions as part of my 3 minutes, I'll proceed.
I'm going to count them, but I'll give you a little bit more. I'll give you a little leeway.
Okay, all right. So on behalf of the Oak, Chapin, Chase, and Forest Streets neighborhood, we are in a serious situation, not only in our neighborhood, but across town. And we know what we're talking about. That is a proliferation of drug houses, illegal, illicit activities regarding the sale and use of, but particularly in this case, the sale of. So I'm on a steering committee of a band of merry troublemakers, and we hope that we are causing good trouble, as Martin Luther King would say. There's over 50 on our email list, and I am here and representing them as part of the steering committee. First, I want to thank Chief Hardy and the Bratt Police for their outstanding work in this area and been very collaborative with us as a neighborhood group. In 50 years and being involved with civic activities on and off in this town, I would say that she has been, and the Bratt PD have been more responsive than any other officials I've ever worked with before. And just to let you know that. This is a vexing problem that has many victims, not only the neighborhood citizens, but also the vulnerable people trapped in vicious poverty and homelessness, and of course addiction in order to who is as a vehicle for their hopelessness in many ways. As you know, these drug enterprises are having serious impact on our town. We are hoping that this growing problem will become a top priority amongst many top priorities for the Selectboard and other leaders in our community. We know it's complicated and difficult to stop a drug operation, having been dealing with it for as long as we have. So I question, do we, in our laws, state, local, and federal, do they need to be updated? Do we need to rewrite laws? We know that there was a recent law that looks very productive, came out of the legislature this last spring, having to do with landlord liability. I don't know where that is right now and how that's going to be applicable to us in dealing with the drug houses. One of the things that I would love to see is more, and Dick was just talking about that, more collaboration between Selectboard, the local town, and our elected officials in Montpelier. How am I doing on time?
Closing in, but how are you doing on your letter?
I'm almost there.
Okay, great.
All right. So as a way, and I'm not trying to be jocular about this, as a way to kind of democratize responsibility in this issue, is it feasible that banks, insurance companies, and real estate dealers who have done business in these properties in one way or another, or one time or other, could also assume some responsibility in helping us eradicate this? All right, it's not just you folks, it's not just us, it's not just the police. There are other people that are benefiting that we think that need to be involved with this process. We have fire codes and building codes for health and safety. Could not these codes apply directly to the issues of drug houses in our neighborhoods? So with that, I would say that we know our town officials are people of goodwill, and you are. What can we do as a community to work together to secure a better future for all Brattleboro citizens? Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Tim, for that really well-articulated points. Yes, please. Very briefly, if you want to speak to me for a second.
I just thank you, Tim, for bringing that up. I just feel motivated in view of the fact that you're a scholar and a teacher of history. I just want to say that the good trouble quote is John Lewis, not Martin Luther King.
Great. Thank you very much, Tim. And I think The agenda item that the police department is going to be speaking on this evening may peripherally be about that too. So I would encourage you to stick around. I really am grateful you read that now, but you may have some follow-up questions or thoughts about what they do have to speak on. I saw your hand, please.
I'm Carol McManus, and I'm from Brattleboro, Vermont. Hi, everyone. I want to piggyback and reiterate our gratitude for the police, Brattleboro Police Department, Fire Department, all of you, all of those in the community that are, including those of us who are bringing back the neighborhood watch. And not only watching, we're taking action. I will make this brief because I know there's been a lot of discussion about that, and there will be. More will be revealed. I want to pose the question to you, or at least bring it up, the other issues that are going on with dilapidated houses, buildings that are boarded up, most recently more so. It's been hanging around for quite a while. And I knew the owner, I still know her, former owner, and I drank in there years ago, and but it's an eyesore and has been an eyesore, and it has been housing long before COVID, long before everybody starts screaming about trap houses. It's been housing people that are struggling with addictions, and those that aren't, but mostly. So we have a school right across the street. We want it torn down. And I don't want to, I won't go into any more than that, but I've been doing some research on it. I've heard some arguments as why it still stands. I'm not buying it. So please, from that area, that community, that neighborhood, I've been talking to a lot of people, personally, other ways, and we really, would like you to start thinking about that as well. Thank you for your time and your service.
Great. Thank you very much, Carol. I don't see any hands on Zoom. And anybody, I see that hand, and any other hands now? Or forever hold your peace. 3 more, 4 more. Okay. In the back there first.
I might have. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
My name is Judy Davidson, and I live in Brattleboro. And I want to follow up on Dick DeGray's question, which is, what would it take for the Select Board to make the public forum a warned meeting? Warned meetings imply that there's a seriousness about this because all Select Board members have to be there. And this is certainly a very serious and important meeting. So I'm asking the board, what would it take for this to become, the public forum, a warned meeting? What's the process?
The question is it a select board? I don't believe it.
What would it take for it to become a warm meeting? That the Select Board wants it to be a warm meeting. I think the idea behind the public forum was it was informed a bit from other things that we've done over the years that I've been on the board, where we have Select Board meetings where people have the opportunity to speak on an issue, but then we provide a different forum that's run differently than a Select Board meeting because honestly, some people find this forum to be kind of intimidating. And so a different structure for how people can speak that board members will be at, and that it'll also be recorded so that board members can view and actually the public can view, is just another way that we can allow for participation and for people's voices to be heard. It's actually, I'm kind of informed from probably back to like community safety discussions where like really structured meetings like this can be very intimidating, and that's one of the reasons we want to try to offer different ways for people to give their opinion and their and ask questions and get answers. So that's kind of we sort of structured this whole calendar out back in the springtime and looked at all of these Select Board meetings where people could come to and discuss, and that we wanted to provide another opportunity for people to come and speak on an issue that wasn't in this kind of format. So, and I'm not going to take a follow-up because you can talk to me. We can talk about it during the EMS discussion as well, but I really want to keep it moving. So, and on Daniel?
Yeah, I just want to add on to that. So we've been part of, like in my time during the select board tenure, we've had some public forums on the opioid crisis at the fire station several years back, just before the pandemic. And I remember one time just before the pandemic, we had a public forum at the library about car break-ins. And like the thing with having a public forum is it's for the public. A select board meeting is for the select board. So you're shaking your head, but
No, we're not gonna get into it back and forth already on.
You know,
on-
given that you raised something, I'm just responding to it. You know, I think if I hear your concern, I think your concern is for some reason you've been led to believe that the select board don't think that the public forum is something that they should attend or need to attend or will attend. And so how about this? I'll just tell you, Judy, I'll be at that meeting, right? And I'll hear what the public has to say. I'll be in this meeting hearing what the public has to say. And I've been in all of these meetings and all of the memos and all the hours ever since we've been working through this. And so has everyone else on this table. So there's a seriousness here that I think is being missed.
So if I could
Yeah.
follow up real quick, I'm just going to use the example of the community safety fair that we had a month ago. Was that a month ago? I attended that. So did Ian. So did Franz. And speaking on behalf of myself, I found that I got more one-on-one time with people talking to me about issues that they were concerned about than I get to have in this format. So for me, a non-warned meeting like this, I get personally more one-on-one time with people to hear their concerns face to face. So, I mean, I really did. I got a tremendous amount out of that night.
So I'm not going to take any more. You guys can speak on that during the agenda item because there's a next steps there. I want to let people who raise their hands who have things that aren't related to EMS at all speak during public participation, which is what this time is for. So I'm not really sure whose hand was up first. I think it was a gentleman way
Paul.
here. Paul? Yeah.
I'm Dan Unwin, and I represent Elliott Main Apartments. We've had another incident where we had a prospective tenant coming in. His wife was accosted between experienced goods in the building, felt unsafe, and backed out of a lease. This is the second time that we've had this happen. We've got another tenant that's looking to get out of town as quick as their lease is up, and it's all about the feeling safe, parking in either Harmony Lot, the parking garage, having to walk down the street, and being accosted. It's kind of out of control.
Pardon me, where is it?
The corner of Elliott and Main. Mocha Joe's up around to Salon Jackie, 11 apartments up overhead. It's all one piece of property.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And then I saw one other hand over. Yeah, I see Dor, and then I see your. Yep, Dor.
My comment actually has to do with possibly a clarification of what the consent agenda is.
Sure.
Because you mentioned to people that if they had something on the consent agenda that they wanted to move, but I'm not sure everybody knows that consent agenda means that there's no public discussion of those issues. So there may be people here who want to speak to something on that. And
So
just if you could clarify that.
So you can't speak on an item that's on the consent agenda because it's on the agenda warned. You can request the select board pull an item from the consent agenda, which means that the item is removed from the consent agenda. It goes down to the bottom of the regularly warned meeting, and then we will have a full discussion of it where you're more than welcome to speak to it, much like we don't speak on items on the agenda during public participation now, which is kind of why I stopped the EMS one, because there's an item on the agenda this evening called Next Steps, which will include the public forum next week. So that's basically what you do. I appreciate the reminder. I kind of sometimes explain this fully, sometimes I don't, because I sound like a broken record every time if I'm just saying the same thing. So yeah, if you wanted to, for example, hear the board have a full conversation about the Buddy Walk parade permit authorization, you would say, Select Board, please pull the Buddy Walk authorization for parade permit. And the board would hear that. Someone would probably say, let's pull it. It would get pulled and it would go down to agenda item 8AC and be the next item when we discuss.
Ian, could you just add on to that why some things go on consent?
Oh, and the reason we have the consent agenda is because there's lots and lots of things that the board needs to kind of do as a function as the municipal body of the town of Brattleboro. That like the agenda setting committee, which is the vice chair, Franz, and the chair, myself's role. And we look at all the things that need to get done and we sort of say, oh, okay, I think this is one where we're probably, everyone's going to be in agreement. It's not particularly like it's maybe just a function that needs to happen. And what we do that so that we can spend more time on the issues we think need to have a lot of discussion. I remember when the board implemented the consent agenda while I've been on the select board, and there was a little back and forth of like, maybe we should talk about every single thing. And the counter is some of these things people just want to talk about a little bit so that there's something to say, where maybe like there really wasn't a need for a discussion and we're taking time away from important issues to discuss. And so that's why I think there are positives and negatives to it. It's not like a perfect system. It's something that other boards use as well. And that's why, and it's not to say that these things aren't important, but it's just that they're things that we would probably all consent to. But that's why we always have the opportunity to pull an item from the consent agenda and discuss it fully. If, for example, the agenda setting committee got it wrong and we thought that this was something that was sort of appropriate for the consent agenda and we were incorrect and it needs to be pulled. So that's why the public has the opportunity to do that and the select board has an opportunity to pull it. I hope that answers the question.
So my name is Jill Stahl-Tyler, representing Community House, which we just talked a little bit before when Mr. Kipp was up here. So just want to publicly also thank the police and all the levels, federal, state, and local that were there. And also our town manager has been very responsive and came out and visited us. We do have a high school opening there in that spot, hopefully first week of October. And prior to the raid, we were seeing 3 to 4 drug buys on foot an hour and another 2 or 3 per hour by car. They often waved at us on their way in and out. We found drug needles at least 3 times. We found cracked pipes for crack, I believe, but smashed ones in the front. That was going on at 8 a.m. We had a man injecting heroin in our breezeway at 11 a.m. on a Thursday. People go through the breezeway all day long. We've put up half a fence. We've had to wait on Home Depot to get the other half coming in. But the situation was dire, and the people that have been living there have been suffering through that for a lot longer than just our presence there. So thank you to all who have been effective on that. The day of the raid, within hours, we saw some of the habitual offenders back within hours. The raid started at 6, and by 12:30, it was full-on traffic again, 12:30 noon, 12:30. But it has dramatically dropped off since then, and we hope that that continues. But, and we also had our friends across the street at our main campus at 33 Oak Street. Our campus is at 10 and 24. And that one has dramatically dropped off with a new landlord and an owner in that position. Just encourage you all that this is a serious matter that I know you know, but it dramatically affects all of us. And the town is at a tipping point when people will not take apartments, when people will not come downtown to shop, when employees feel unsafe to come into work. The town doesn't survive. So it's something we need to all work on, and I applaud and echo the efforts of what do we do together to reclaim.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think that was all of the hands, and I don't see any on Zoom. So we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. So board members, I guess I'll start with John. Do you want to give us a brief rundown?
Sure. Thanks, Ian. We have 12 items on consent tonight. If the board approves the consent agenda, they will be approving an outside consumption permit and annual entertainment license for Bar 580 at 580 Canal Street, and a second-class liquor license, tobacco license, and tobacco substitute endorsement for Variety Plus located at 328 Marlborough Road. You'll be approving a bid award for 2 utilities department pickup trucks for a total cost of $54,819, accepting a $37,000 V-Trans grant to implement best management practices, and a $97,500 V-Trans and Agency of Commerce and Community Development grant to pay for a safety study of Canal Street. And you will be approving application for a $650 grant through the Vermont Department of Libraries to support the delivery of materials between libraries. You will also be approving 2 parade permits, as was mentioned, one for Brattleboro Buddy Walk on Saturday, September 30th, and one for the Humane Society's Walk for Animals on that same day. You will be appointing Stephen Nelson as Deputy Town Health Officer, approving a letter of attestation in support of the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance's acceptance of a $25,000 grant, approving the OpenGov contract for $39,040, and approving the budget process for FY25.
Board members, anyone wish to pull any item from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'd look for a motion.
I'd like to move that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
Franz has made a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That'll carry 5-0. We're going to move on to agenda item 8, new business A, security services and town safety update. And I'm going to invite up to the special table Chief Norma, Chief Norma and Assistant Chief Evans. Welcome,
Thank you.
and thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Chief Evans is going to give you an update presentation on security, and then if there's any questions, then we'll answer.
Thanks for letting us be here today. And really a lot of appreciation for everyone that's turned out that wants to speak about the security in town. That's really appreciated. We really appreciate that. We appreciate all the voices getting heard too. I think that's very important.
Ian, I'm sorry. We're getting some requests from over here for folks to speak up. It's not actually amplified on speakers.
But if people can speak up, there's 7 back here.
Uh-huh.
We can hear in that room.
Yeah.
Okay. And also,
Let us know.
if you guys want to move over to
Come
the
in.
to the Hannah Cosman room, you may be able to.
This one?
The air conditioning is too loud. Okay. So,
The air conditioning off?
you don't mind speaking up a little bit?
I can. Does it matter where the mic is?
No. Because the mic is just for BCTV.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Patrick's going to turn the AC on.
Okay. So we did send you a memo for tonight that gave you some, like a brief overview of what we've been seeing. So we contracted with Securitas back in June. And what we talked about at the select board meeting when we made that decision to do the contract with Securitas was that we would likely see a shift. We'd see some more call volume for us for a short period of time as we had more presence in the parking garage, obviously. So we have someone there for 8 hours a day, every day. That has happened. It took a little while for Securitas to staff up in order to get someone there for all of that time frame, but that has happened. We've had about 2 solid months, I think, of having someone there every night consistently. So we've seen a shift in what activity we've been seeing at the parking garage. It's been a positive shift for us. We've seen less of the complaints that we were getting, less of the concerns about the criminal activity that had been seen there. less about the non-criminal activity as well, the people sleeping in it, people hanging out there, possibly engaged in nefarious behavior. We've seen less of that as we've gone on. Our call volume did jump for June and July, end of June into July, and it peaked in July and it started to come back down from August into August. And most of that, I think we can attribute to that change of staffing. One thing that we have noticed is that the activity that we were seeing in the parking garage didn't just directly go somewhere else. So we didn't have, for instance, there's been some concern about the Preston lot. We did not see an instant, like, just removal of people from the parking garage who just went to the Preston lot. That hasn't borne out. So there's been that movement. So far, so good, I guess would be the.
Excellent. Great. Thank you very much for the presentation there,
You're welcome.
Chief Evans. Select Board, questions, comments, follow-ups? Franz?
Thank you. Thank you, Assistant Chief Evans. I guess a couple of things. What about cameras? Are they fully functional at this point, and how are they being used? And how does that add to what you were just describing?
We would rather not answer how they're being used. We will say that they are functional.
Fair enough.
But they're being used to catch the bad guys. Right?
I appreciate that answer. Chief, I think that's like, I don't hear very many succinct, clear answers here. That's great. Thank you. Other board members?
Can I do my second one now?
Oh, you had a second one. Sorry, go ahead.
But I just will, when I was about 12 years old, I saw a politician on TV who got asked a question, and he answered with the word no, which I thought was amazing. Anyway, so how about during the off hours? I mean, you're there, you've got somebody there 8 hours a day. You might say, well, that's great, but what's going on during the other hours? And do you have a sense of that, or, how do you think about that?
Well, I mean, obviously there is stuff going on there in the off hours. We prioritized that 8 hour block a day because that was the highest volume day we were seeing, or highest volume part of the day that we were seeing, both from our call volume activity and from pedestrian traffic and vehicle traffic in the parking garage. So yes, there is call volume that happens at other times. We do have other patrols that we do throughout the day, like officers walking downtown, walking in the parking garage. Those things still take place. They took place before we had Securitas in there, and they're still taking place now. But the overall shift that we've seen is, like, that's an overall shift for the garage. It's not just a shift like during those hours. It isn't perfect. It didn't happen overnight. I think it's still ongoing, but I do think it's producing a positive result for us.
Do you think it's good enough? Do we need to do more? Well, do you have recommendations that, anything you would say?
I guess I don't have any particular recommendations for you at the moment. We are working on, we've spoken about restaffing the police department and making it so that we're more available and have more officer availability, especially for places like this, so we don't have to have a security service in town to take care of that. But those processes are still ongoing. They're moving in a positive direction. I feel very good about them. Yeah. But it's a process, unfortunately.
Other board, yeah, Liz.
Thank you both for coming. I also want to echo and applaud the many comments of your responsiveness and good work that was mentioned earlier in this meeting. I wondered, you mentioned at the end of your memo that the security services will walk people to their cars, but that isn't well used. This might be a good time for you to amplify those comments so that the public can understand that that service is available. Would you explain that?
Yes, thank you. Part of having the security personnel down there is that when people are uncomfortable walking to their vehicles down there, that they can call, and the security guard, as long as they're working and available, will come over and assist them walking to their car or walking from their car out of the garage if they feel the need for that. I've talked to the security guards in particular about that. They said they haven't had a lot of people come to them for that. They've offered it up to many people. It has been a service that people have used, but it's not a service that people have been asking for.
And so the number that they call, like, for example, does Kate at the Downtown Business Alliance know this number and can disseminate it to?
Yeah, well, and we have signs. We have signs, I believe, by the elevator. and
Yes.
Maybe on each floor that tells you the number, is the number to dispatch.
Great.
And we also have made up little safety cards that we've started handing out, and you can find them either come to our department and we'll give you some, but we've also put them at different places around town, and there are some at the Chamber of Commerce. So you can get the little card, and it also tells you about that service.
Great, thank you. And then I just want to applaud you again just for this solution-oriented response that we're hearing, and also, of course, the long-term building of the department. And I understand there's people in the academy and people planning to go to the next session of the academy, so I thank you for that.
Yes, we have three. We have three in the academy at this time. We have two that are, one just came off of field training. We have one that's in field training now. And we have three already, and hopefully there'll be more by the time we finish this set of interviews for the February academy, so.
Great, thank you.
Other board members, Franz?
So the subject of neighborhood watch came up in public participation. It's something I've thought about just in my own neighborhood from time to time. But I don't really know what it takes, what kind of resources are needed. How do you go about setting that up? Can you give us like a little information about neighborhood watch?
Sure. So some of there are, I'd say at least three active neighborhood watch groups that are in town already. And they, as like Mr. Kipp and his group, they've reached out to us and asked how do they go about doing that. So what we've done is we've set up video meetings. We've had meetings with them. We'll give the group, if it's a group of neighbors, we'll tell them safe ways to watch their neighborhood. I try to tell people to utilize new technology instead of the old, walkie-talkie or call your friend. I feel like it's safer. We have, you can send us videos. You can upload videos to us. We use the Neighborhood by Ring videos that you can update any video platform to us. You don't have to have a Ring camera. You can have any video system that lets you upload, and you can upload that information to us. So I feel like that's safer. And then the group, you can also form a neighborhood watch group. And that way you can monitor who's in your group, and they all talk to each other. And then they also talk to us, and we set up meetings whenever we can, and we meet, give updates as to what's going on in town, give updates, and they give us updates on what they've seen or noticed in that particular area.
So if people are interested in that, is there a particular officer they should contact or someone else at the department or?
Well, they can contact myself or assistant chief, and then we can set them up with who they need to speak to. A lot of times I'll at least the first initial meetings, we will be the person to talk to first, just to get everything started. And then we have officers that will carry on any of the information process for us. But I like to speak to people myself first. And that way I can answer any questions or anything that anyone's not sure of how to go about it. And we've gone to some areas and walked with people in their area. And then we can give you safety tips on things that may help you remain safe in your house.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Liz has another question.
I do. I think it's important that the public understand that any type of break-in or any type of incident, you have to call the police.
Yes.
A lot of people think, oh, it was, there's nothing they can do, or it wasn't a big deal. But I think it's very important for you to reiterate to the public that you're tracking all these incidents, and the location and the level of the incident is so important for you to have data and for you to understand. So if you could reiterate
And
that.
absolutely, because we do see that, and I think that's people misunderstand that when they think we don't respond to everything. Some incidents happen in town and we don't get called, or we don't get told, or we get told like a week or two later because the person has just felt like nothing can be done. And I also want to reiterate the fact that we do catch these people. If you think that, I think there's a feeling that people think we don't do anything about the people that break into houses or the people that go into cars. We do catch them. We've made quite a few catches over the past few months, actually. It's not that we don't catch them, it's that we catch them and we bring them in and they get let out on conditions or citations or whatever the courts do with them. But we are catching individuals. My officers have just solved bank robberies by just good police work. So, I wanted to make that clear that we are catching these people. It's frustrating for us too, when, and for my officers in my department when we catch them and then we see them right back out on the street. So I just want to make it clear that I think we're getting much more accomplished than the general public may feel that it's going on.
Peter?
So a couple of things. So it's released on conditions. If anybody has read any of my articles or listened to me talk for 10 minutes, you know that released on conditions is a huge problem and really almost handcuffs our police department every time they catch somebody. As Chief Hardy just said, they seem to be out operating without missing a beat. So it is very frustrating, and that does come to what Tim Kipp said about talking to the next level of our representatives and our senators, which is something that I've been actively doing about addressing these things. But the second thing that I wanted to mention is, I'm not sure how well this gets publicized, but there is an anonymous tip line that can be called, and that data is part of you collecting data, and it is information that can be used to make an arrest stick. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
And I don't have that number off the top of my head. Do you? And sorry.
We're going to tell you that.
One of the numbers I don't have off the top of my head, I apologize.
That's fine.
I have it.
Oh, thank you.
Let's keep it going while we.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sure. So, I just kind of want to reinforce that number. If you're not comfortable talking to the police department, that is a number that you can call when you see something happening. Make that phone call, even if it's just to that. And it's just a recorded line. You just leave. You don't have to leave your name. You don't have to leave anything. Just the location, what you're seeing, what you're witnessing. Number, please.
If you want to come up to the microphones so that BCTV picks it up.
Very loud voice.
It won't matter. It's got to be
Yeah.
in the microphone. And just go ahead and recognize, give your
It's
name.
802-251-8188.
And can you just say your name and where you're from?
Kathy Keller from Brattleboro.
Great. Thank you,
Thank
Kathy.
you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Any other?
Oh, nope, that's what I had.
Could, on the tip line,
Yes.
we also have, with the tip line, we have a tip email that people can also use. So I caution people, like if you're looking for a police officer to call you back or speak to you directly, don't send that to the tip line because that's not what's going to happen. But if you have information that you want to give to the police department, like if you were going to call the tip line but you don't want to make a phone call, it's bpdtips@brattleboro.org. And you can send your information to that, and that email is continuously checked.
bpdtips@brattleboro.org.
Yes.
Excellent. Other board members? Daniel?
I'm good, thank you.
Great. question, anything on the, and I may have missed this, so I apologize, for the rest of the municipal buildings, the security service sort of comes up here too?
Yes.
Has that
Yes.
been going okay as well?
Well, we just started it.
Okay.
We had to wait for Securitas to hire another person.
Yep.
But that person should be in training. They told us by the end of August.
Cool.
But we have had some of the other officers that work the garage have taken some of the shifts here. Actually, tonight we have someone in the library.
Yeah.
And we were just over there before we came here. So someone's in the library right now. So what we're doing with that is we're having somebody be here, particularly at the library on the late nights, when they close at 9 o'clock, to make sure that everything's good when they close up. And then they will walk over here, make sure everything's secure here. And then that person will walk over to the garage. And then we'll have an extra set of eyes for a couple of hours at the garage, the nights that everything closes at normal time at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Because we have them till 10.
Excellent. Good. All right. That's really I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. And then thoughts on kind of next time the board should hear about this. Do you think we should get another update at some point in the future? And I'm just curious if you have thoughts.
Could we, I think the best would be maybe a 3-month
Okay.
span, because we could give you more of like an overview of how things have gone. If we do it like weekly or monthly, I don't think we'll be able to give you as much of a.
Yeah, I was thinking of just another time in the future. So 3 months out, I think makes sense. And with that, we can, I'm going to turn it over to the public. So if you have got questions, and I saw Dick's hand up first, and I ask that you direct questions to the select board, and we can field it, and we'll direct it over. And then, the way we warned this item is security services and town safety update. So I want to give the public an opportunity to ask some questions about things that are going on in town, and it's gonna. And I just hope that we can sort of be able to hopefully answer some of their questions. It may not be directly about the transportation center, but.
Thank you. Dick DeGray, Brattleboro. Nice to see you. I would like to extend, hopefully the board will extend an invitation to you when they invite Ms. Shriver here and the legislators here, because I think of what you just said. You catch them, they release them. So I think it would be a good roundtable to find out why this is just catch and release, and then maybe we can get an answer out of one of the three. I would also like to know if you are going to, I've been advocating for cameras throughout the town. You said that you have supported cameras, at least to me. I would like to know if you're going to have cameras in your budget, because I think they're a strategic tool, given the lack of officers that we have on duty. And even when we have a full complement of them, I think they're an important tool. As you saw in the robbery at the jewelry store, the owner had a camera, and about 25 people commented and said, he robbed us too. And so I would hope that that's part of your budget. And the last thing, which is not comfortable to talk about, is the transportation center and what happened last week. And it has happened, I believe, 4 times this year, of another untimely death off the bridge or off the garage, that I think there needs to be a discussion about that facility and what can be done to possibly prevent some of these people, from anyone who wants to take their own life. We had employees working on the street that day, and they saw that. They were right next to it. Pretty horrific for them. So I think we can't just sweep that under the table. And just because it was horrific, we don't talk about it, but we need to talk about it and see what we can do about prevention and promoting the suicide hotline number, anything that we can do to try to curb that activity that's at least happening at that facility. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Dick. Chief or Assistant Chief, if you want to speak at all to, so the camera question is more about beyond the transportation center, but
Right.
in the sort of downtown district.
Right. And we agree that cameras are a good tool. We, having them, we've actually discussed this with the town in the past about certain places that we believe that cameras would be beneficial for our job and also beneficial for us being able to follow up on incidents that happen downtown. So we've always had that conversation and that stand. As far as what Mr. DeGray spoke about, yes, that the horrific incident, actually, we talked just this week about some of the things we believe that can be done, and we're working with DPW to promote the hotline number, to have signs put up. We've seen this, unfortunately, I've seen this quite often, working at transportation facilities and bridges. And so we have talked about our strategy to try to at least have someone maybe call for help, and maybe they don't know who to call. So we're already working with the town to put up these kind of notices around that area.
And John, did you want to speak to that anymore? Or
Sure, I would just maybe, that's great, Chief, that you mentioned that. Also have asked the DPW staff to look into the cost of netting or other possible physical barriers to solve that issue. We'll come back with costs on that if it seems reasonable, something that we can budget for and afford. So,
excellent. Thank you both. Daniel?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that. I guess I've seen in some settings, mostly like campuses, where there's like some kind of button that can be pressed to make an emergency call. Just kind of wondering whether that is a possibility.
Oh, like a blue light system?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's we can ask, we can get together with DPW and try to put together any ideas and present them and what the cost would be and everything else.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. And there was another hand, and I'm looking for it. It was not. Okay. Any other? Yes, Nora.
Well, just a quick question, because I have seen the security, and I certainly have noticed when I've been walking through town that the public, I think, feels a little more comfortable and safe. You mentioned that they're there for 8 hours, like in the parking garage. Is that like a regular schedule? Is it varied? Because it seems to me that sort of overnight would be more unsafe, but the majority of people are in the parking garage during the day, so I'm just curious what that time frame is.
Great. Thank you, Dora. Yeah, if you want to take it.
Okay. The reason that the security guard is the hours that they are is because of our research at the volume of people. The calls that we came in with, the most complaints were people that were coming from work rather than coming into work. So that's the morning shift. We have officers that walk downtown, but people coming from work or from the restaurants downtown, that's how we looked at the volume of the numbers because of, having to ask for funds to pay for the security. So we tried to utilize security in our highest call volumes at that time at that location. So a lot of the complaints that we got were people that felt unsafe entering the garage after dark, people that were entering the garage after work and wanted to go there because it seemed like we had more people that were hanging out in there during those hours. And that's how we came to choose those hours. During the day shift, we do have officers. Each officer has to walk downtown at least an hour during their shift. Of course, if it's a very, very busy morning, like this morning, for instance, we might not get the whole hour out of them because we have to pull them to go to jobs. But that's how we came up with those hours particularly.
Thank you very much, Chief. I don't see any other hands. Oh, one more hand, and I don't see anyone on Zoom. Anybody else want to speak on this item? No? Okay, great. Welcome.
Pierre Landry, Brattleboro. I want to reiterate the good work that Brat PD has done. I work at the Holstein Association. 42 South Main was a problem, and I was encouraged to send information via email, and I got great response. Just for clarification, what are the hours that the security is working at the transportation center? I don't know. I'm not aware of what the hours are.
11?
That's one of my questions. And I'm not sure if I heard correctly when Officer Evans was saying that they haven't seen the activity that was happening in the garage. They haven't seen a disbursement throughout town of those people. I just want to say, I'm not sure if that's the case. I'm having and I mentioned it to Officer Evans the other night, Tuesday night when I saw him, having a horrible time at the Holstein Association with people sleeping on our property, drug activity, just leaving a horrible mess when I ask them to leave in the morning. I've also noticed a big increase of volume of people in I can't remember the name of the park right below the Holstein Association. That activity is, in the last 2 weeks, has greatly increased.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure if you guys are good with talking about the specific hours for the.
No,
Okay, no? And then Assistant Chief Evans, do you want to just clarify your point on disbursement?
Sure. What I meant by that was not that people haven't dispersed around town, because I'm sure they've dispersed around town, but that we haven't seen like a large movement from one area to another. Like everyone didn't leave the parking garage and go to the Preston lot, where we then saw the exact same behavior get replicated. That hasn't occurred. There was some concern that would occur. We'd heard that from many people in the public, and I just wanted to preemptively tell people that we haven't seen that occur. Have people disperse throughout town? Undoubtedly, and we'd work with you to address those concerns specifically, or if they prop up other places as we go along. But haven't seen like a mass change of location.
Great, thank you. And I don't know if it was clear, the answer to the first question was, we don't want to be explicit about exactly what the hours are for when they're there. Okay, yes, and I don't see any other hands. You're going to be our last. Oh, okay. One more, and we're going to move on.
Sorry, a quick question that I understand. We were asked to do this, I believe, by somebody at the police office department, and perhaps most of us should be doing this, but we gave a blanket no trespassing, and then you guys could stop anybody that was coming on our property. I didn't know we could do that. Could you speak a little bit about that?
Yeah.
That's definitely something we can discuss individually with property owners on what would be the best program or the best plan for their property. I wouldn't want to just sit here and say, bright line, let's do that, or that'll be the best for you, because I don't know your property, I don't know your situation. I think everyone's property could be different, what they're looking for and what's needed. So, but that's definitely a conversation we'd be happy to have with property owners.
Thank you. And then we have one more.
Hi, Kate Traskis, Brattleboro. I just also want to say thank you to the police department, thank you to fire, thank you to Public Works, thank you to the Select Board, and John, town manager. All of you have been really responsive, collaborative, and I want to amplify that. I feel there is this feels like the tone has changed into being more of a partnership and a collaborative effort around this issue, and I really appreciate that. To that end, the DBA, the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, we are offering a mental health first aid session on tomorrow. Was offered to our membership. So we have insurance through the Richards Group, and so this is a service that is free to my membership, which is great. And so we'll see how that goes next week. And if there's more interest, I'm happy to run that again in the spirit that we are all responsible for creating a healthy and safe community. The question that I have is, do we use the Nextdoor app? That was something that came up in a conversation, that there's an actual app around that sort of speaks to this neighborhood watch idea. I know we're doing the Ring app, but are there other tools specifically that you would encourage us to use?
Yeah.
The police department isn't actively using Nextdoor. I have heard other people in the community speak of it. And I've heard of other neighborhood watch groups or just neighborhood community groups that use that. So we're not actively using that at this time. Doesn't mean we won't, but that we're not doing it right now. And Neighborhood by Ring is a place where people can upload video like from their cameras at their home. They don't have to be Ring cameras, they can be any camera. But it's a place for you to upload that video to the police department.
Great. Thank you, Assistant Chief. Quick question. Is that mental health response class for open to the public, or is that just for DPA people? Okay. Okay, cool. Okay. Yes, John.
Thanks, Ian. I just wanted to say that I think the town has really been challenged this summer with the end of the state's motel program and a lot of the pressures coming out of that. I think the response from the police department and everything that they've been doing has been fantastic. It's a very complex, difficult situation and issues related to that we're in currently, but I really wanted to express my gratitude to the chief, the assistant chief, and all of your staff who are just doing a fantastic job and really, really appreciate it from the town standpoint. And you know, we need to work together on this, and it's great to hear these community groups that are coordinating well with the police. It's fantastic, and I think it's our best path forward to meeting one of the Select Board's primary goals for the year, and that is improving safety in these areas. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, John. And yeah, I echo that. Thank you very much for being here tonight and fielding questions.
Just
Chief
to
and
say one
Assistant Chief.
thing.
Yes.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. But I really, really want to thank those of you that came out to support us. You know, I know that we have support, and you know, we stay in touch a lot, so I know we have support, and you guys even come down to the station and show us support, and I have to tell you, it means the world to my officers. Especially after the past 3 years. I also want to say that, you know, half the things we do in town, we can't do without the fire department. So I just want to show my appreciation to Chief Howard and his crew also. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure there isn't any final word from the Select Board.
No, one of the things that was
I figured there was
encouraging,
one more.
yeah, sorry. No, one of the things that was encouraging is that there's like a different round of faces here, and you had a different round of faces on Tuesday before we had to cancel the meeting. So
Yeah.
a tremendous amount of support for a very good job that you guys are doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And there's no vote tonight. We're hearing an update. Thank you again so much for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on to new business agenda item 8B, which is the Fire-EMS transition update. We'll do B single I, which is the public engagement insights from other communities. And I'd like to invite up to the table Chief Stagner from Springfield. And then I think potentially on Zoom, we've got Chief Locke from South Burlington. And I want to take a moment to express my deep appreciation for both of you gentlemen for being here tonight, but even more so for being here on Tuesday when we were not able to actually have the meeting. And, Chief Stagner specifically coming down here twice, I just really appreciate that so much.
My pleasure.
So I think John's got a little bit of an introduction for both of you.
Yeah, I mean, really, we in this Fire-EMS transition project, we set out on a logical path. We've stuck to that process, and we've been hearing from the public and trying to incorporate as much as the feedback that we've had as possible. One of the things that we've heard numerous times is, could we have an opportunity to check in with some other communities who've had similar experiences with a municipal EMS system? And so we're very grateful to have Fire Chief Stephen Locke here from the city of South Burlington tonight. Prior to joining that department last year, he was chief at the city of Burlington for 6 years, and for 23 years served in the Hartford, Vermont Fire Department. Chief Locke also served as interim chief administrative officer in Burlington during a transition period in 2019 and 2020. And he's been a board member of the International Association of Fire Chiefs since 2016 and treasurer there since 2019. We're really happy to have him with us tonight. Also, very much appreciated with us is Chief Paul Stagner, who's been Springfield's fire chief since October of 2022. He's been a long-serving veteran in emergency services for 40 years, with 18 of those as a career firefighter with Springfield Fire and providing EMS as a paramedic. Chief Stagner was appointed fire chief in October 2022, and really, really happy and grateful to have you here with us today. Thank you.
Great.
And I think let's start with Chief Stagner. We'd love to hear a little bit about your experience in the world of municipal EMS, and then we'd like to hear from you, Chief Locke, after that.
Yeah, so just a quick snapshot of Springfield, how we operate. We are, we're a municipal EMS, fire-based, I like to call it fire-based EMS system. We provide all of Springfield plus a neighboring community with fire protective service along with all EMS response. I have a staff of full-time 14 people. We run approximately 3,000, almost 3,100 calls last year, of which about 500 were non-emergency. All the other calls were full emergency calls. And like most fire-based EMS systems, 80 to 85% of those are EMS calls, not fire calls. I have a $2 million budget, population of about 10,000 in Springfield. We serve 55 square miles. We run about 8 to 9 calls a day. We're busy and provide a great service to the town.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Good evening. Audio check doing okay?
We got you, but you're pretty low. And just to be clear, we're going to hear from both the chiefs briefly, then we'll take questions from the select board, then we'll hear questions from the public directed to the select board, and we can direct them to the chiefs to get more information and hear from their experiences. So
I'll try to speak louder. Is that working any better?
It's actually, I don't think it's on your end, it's on our end. We're just getting the volume up a little bit more. Can you go speak a little bit more for us?
How about now? How about a little test? Test.
I think that's how we looking. Can I get some head nods in the room? We good? Yeah. Okay. No. That's a very enthusiastic head nod. I appreciate that one.
Well, you can adjust it as I speak so that you can keep moving forward. Again, my name is Stephen Locke. I have the pleasure of serving a dual role as the fire chief, deputy city manager for the city of South Burlington. Spent the last 32 years in the fire-based EMS system, and been a fire chief since 2008. The city of South Burlington has a call volume of almost 5,000, with about 70% of those medical calls. In the city of Burlington, we were running about 8,000 medical calls, 7 to 8,000 medical calls, and their staff 3 ambulances. Currently in South Burlington, we have a minimum daily staffing of 8 members with 10 assigned, and generate just almost $1 million of revenue from our ambulance system. I've always believed that fire-based EMS is a productive way for a municipality to be able to control costs, because it helps when we need those firefighters for the critical tasking that occurs when we have those significant events. But it's also a way that we can deliver a high quality service that's controlled by the municipality. Again, it's a system I've grown up in. I've seen, certainly working in the Upper Valley. Lebanon, New Hampshire used to have a private ambulance service, switched to municipal. South Burlington in the early 2000s switched to a municipal ambulance service. For me, I travel really the country in my work with the International Association of Fire Chiefs, and I've seen all the models, and they all work well. But I am a little bit biased to what I've seen and experienced throughout my career, which is the fire-based EMS model. Gladly will take any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you both very much, Chiefs, for that little introduction. I'll turn to my fellow board members for questions first. Liz? And if you want to direct it to one chief, both chiefs.
Well, I'll start with the chief from Springfield, because you're here. How long has your town had fire EMS? Has it always been, or is it newly adopted?
No, we started the EMS service in 1970, actually. 1970, that first year when we started with just basically a station wagon and one EMT to operate it, minimum staffing of 2, and we had 250 ambulance calls. That was in 1970, and it's grown obviously since then. Today I'm running 2 emergency vehicles. I have 1 non-transport, which is a separate topic, but we run 2 emergency calls. I have 3, sometimes 4. I'm stacking 4 emergency calls at a time.
And would you say the size of the town is a factor? Like, is there like a threshold population that you think a municipal fire EMS service works at?
I don't know if the size is necessarily, I would say demographics certainly plays a role. Size does play a role. I don't know what would be a tipping point though of what would require or what would say. But as Chief Locke did say as well, the fire-based EMS system is what I have been raised in and brought up through. I would like also to correct 20 years in emergency response, not 40. I was sorry. Yeah, a fan of fire-based EMS. I've talked to a lot of people about different systems. I've only participated and supported fire-based EMS myself directly.
Mm-hmm.
And I have worked for other ambulance services, however, coming up, learning my skills. I'm a paramedic also. And the fire-based EMS is to me, wonderful advantages for a town that has fire-based EMS, particularly for Springfield, and I can explain what those are.
And would you like to elaborate on what those advantages are? Are they advantages to the fire service or the other teams of emergency personnel that you have?
I think one of the advantages right away for Springfield is the residents of Springfield are now receiving a full emergency-based service system. We do a lot of things. Brattleboro Fire does a lot of different disciplines in emergency response. Adding EMS is just natural, in my view. Taking on that discipline is natural. All the different emergency response that they respond to now have a complete package, a complete emergency response system that the town can actually have some oversight, complete oversight over the whole emergency response service. What a benefit to me that to the townspeople and to Springfield, it's a huge thing. Everybody can comment on every aspect of every piece of emergency service. The other piece is fire-based EMS typically pays more. It creates revenue for the town, clearly. It pays their people more, which means you have the luxury typically of having a larger talent pool. You can pick and select your best people. Pick and select the best people usually means you hire better people, which typically means you turn out a better product. Not that private EMS is bad. I would never say that. There are some good services, but I believe you can make a fire-based EMS system the cream of the crop because of that situation.
So because they're union jobs, their benefits and so forth.
Not all full-time fire-based EMS is union.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a few of us are.
Mm-hmm.
I've been union president for a number of years. I'm no longer because I am the chief. I'm on the other side of the table now. But yeah, the jobs are more competitive, which does allow departments to say, okay, we can select who specifically is going to fit for us now. That's
Great.
a huge benefit to create a good product.
And one more question. You talked about oversight. Does that mean accountability to the personnel and review of each incident? Is that within your fire department, but also medical personnel?
Oh, yes. Oversight. What my budget's going to be completely for EMS and fire. How many people I have on staff. If I can expand my certain services and emergency services, because I am providing a full scope. I've now recently started a non-emergency transfer business with the permission of the townspeople, create more revenue for the town because of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's things like that. It's, you invite everybody has a say in helping us be successful.
But there are medical personnel who oversee your work as well as you being the chief overseeing your staff.
Well, with the EMS system as a whole always has a medical oversight. There's a medical director, whether you're private or municipal, that controls the quality your quality of EMS care. Every EMS provider is considered an allied health practitioner. We all work to provide a professional level of medicine. That doesn't make a difference if you're fire-based or privatized.
Thank you very much. So, Chief Flock.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like me to repeat those questions, or do you want to just chime in on some that resonated for you?
You know, I really think that Chief Stagner said it well, and I really concur with most of his points. I would say that more recently, and it used to always be that there was the fire service had very low turnover, and and one of the values of fire-based EMS was you had longevity of your personnel. More recently, and somewhat for the first time in my career, that has been challenged, and we're not seeing the applicant pool. We're not seeing the career longevity, at least in my experience. We're seeing a little bit greater turnover. So that one had really been a solid, very important factor for fire-based EMS, is that you had longevity of employees. And certainly in my own organization, I've seen, we've had some greater turnover, a greater percentage of turnover in the last 5 years than I think the system has been accustomed to. So, but beyond that, I could certainly concur with everything the chief had said.
Thank you very much.
Ross.
Thank you, Ian. So I would like to maybe clarify what I heard Liz ask about the size of the town. And what I don't know is whether you were taking that to mean the geographic size or the population size in your thinking about her question. Is there a population size that you think needs to be reached in for a town to provide these services as separate from the geographic size of the town?
It would be a clearly subjective opinion. From what I've seen of the local areas, there are some very small. Our neighbor, Chester, wonderful EMS service provider. Could they benefit from their own ambulance? I think they could. That's just my opinion. Are they leaning? Are they going in that direction? Well, they've just hired a full-time EMS chief. They're working towards it. Chester's not a huge town.
If I could weigh in, because I think what that really comes down to is what the voters want and what the citizens want. I think my citizens, when they call 911, they want an ambulance to show up, and they really don't care what the name on the door is. They want a quality service, and so it really becomes what is if you're okay waiting 45 minutes for an ambulance. And I'm not saying that's those are your choices, but then you could wait for a volunteer service or wait for some other service. I think by and large, your community, probably like mine, expects when they call 911 that they're going to get competent, trained people arrive in a timely fashion. And I think there's where the tipping point comes in. And what is happening in my community is we can't deliver an ambulance in a timely fashion. We're relying on another community 23% of the time. So in my community, we'll be staffing a second ambulance starting in January in order to keep up with call demand. So I think the question really comes is what do your citizens want? And I suspect they want reliable, well-trained people to show up in a timely fashion.
My question? Yeah, let me pursue that a little further. We've heard a lot about the advantages of a regional service. And, to my way of thinking, if you got a whole bunch of small towns, for each one to have its own ambulance, its own EMS providers, et cetera, especially as we move away from an era of volunteerism, maybe just the population density or you can't get the financial resources together in that small town to really justify a freestanding ambulance service or one that's part of the fire service. So I'm sort of wondering, what are the advantages as you see it of a regional service versus one that's dedicated to a single town?
Yeah, so I grew up in Lamoille County, small rural area, and there they have regional service. An ambulance is parked in Johnson, and it serves several communities. So and it may take 15 or 20 minutes or 25 minutes for that ambulance to get to the end of the district. That makes perfect sense because every one of those little communities cannot afford to have a staffed ambulance on demand. However, your community, and like mine, has a population that ambulance is probably being called 5 to 10 times a day, or in my case, almost 20 times a day. And I think there's the tipping point. There becomes a tipping point where the out of service time for that one or two ambulances as part of a regional center can't deliver the service that one housed in your own community, controlled by your own destiny, can deliver. Sorry, I'll defer now to the other chief, but.
No, regionalization has been talked about in a few different flavors around the state. It hasn't come to fruition for real yet in Vermont. It has in other states. I've seen it work by the county. I don't think that would work in the state of Vermont, but I've seen those types of models where regionalization of EMS and fire, quite frankly, work by county. Advantages in the state. I think at some point, the state may have a pilot program of regionalized emergency services, whether that's just EMS or fire-based EMS, I don't know. But because of Vermont and how rural it is, and places like my surrounding towns, very small towns around Springfield, a regional model may work. But that is going to be that's going to have to be top driven, I believe, come from the government down. Somebody like myself standing up a soapbox and saying, I think we should regionalize would be the kiss of death for me. For my position and politically. As good of an idea it is, there are a strong body against it. Which is why I believe something like that should be created and dictated from the government, saying, we're going to take this area, there's going to be a pilot program, let's see how it works for our state, which obviously isn't going to happen next year. But that was kind of my idea, my thoughts as far as regionalization in the state of Vermont.
But if you could regionalize, would that offer significant advantages, do you think?
It all depends on how it's done. There's a number of models out there. Do you do it by the county? Do you do it by EMS district? Do you do it by, it has to be a thought out plan, and a plan that each district or county or regionalized area agrees. And that's going to be the tough part in the state of Vermont. There are regionalized models that work, but that's going to be tough.
Okay. Well, thanks to both of you. Thank you.
Sorry, it's not clear, but.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Hello, chiefs. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. I have some kind of pretty simple questions, really. So just to clarify, you have about a 3,000 a year call volume?
Yes.
And in South Burlington, about a 5,000?
About 5.
Yeah. So how many ambulances do you have in Springfield?
Out of those 3,000 calls, about 450 are non-emergency medical transfers. I have 3 ambulances, type 1 ambulances that I run. I try to dedicate 1 to do non-emergency transfers, which again is a separate business, a separate topic. I have 2 type 1 ambulances that I run all day long. I have about a 26 to 28% double calls, 2 calls at the same time. And since I've got the 3rd ambulance, now I'm getting 3 ambulance calls at a time. It's like, buy an ambulance and the emergencies will come.
Okay.
But we're incredibly busy with that. But we run 3 ambulances.
Great, thank you. And same in South Burlington?
No, so what is different in Chittenden, Burlington, South Burlington, Winooski, Wilson, the 3 career departments in Chittenden County who all run fire-based EMS, is we don't. So I have 2 ambulances parked in my fire station. Only one of them we staff. And so if that one ambulance is out, we always dedicate 6 people to fire suppression. We don't want to give up the ability to, if there's a fire, to do that. So when I worked in Hartford, 4 of us were on duty. We would take 2 medical calls. We would staff whatever the next call came in. We don't run that model in Chittenden County. So we reserve, each department staff, Burlington staffs 3 ambulances, we staff 1, Williston staffs 1. We're soon to staff 2. We rely heavily, the whole county, on a very robust mutual aid system. About 23% of my call volume are handled by another ambulance service. And so every day there is ambulances move around the county wherever they're needed. So we have a mini regionalized service, although everyone, owns their own system, but we move wherever the next call is needed.
That's helpful. Thank you. And like platoon size?
For Springfield?
Yeah.
Springfield, and as I've become chief, and I had our town manager gracefully admit and say in public that we are understaffed. Did everybody hear that? My minimum staffing right now is 2 people in our firehouse. When we get an ambulance call, they go out on a call, and we call back 2 more. 2 more come in. If I have no person, none of my people out on vacation or injured or whatever case might be, of my 4 platoons, I have 3 people on shift. But my minimum staffing, we're allowed to operate with just 2.
In our case, we run 10 assigned and drop to a minimum of 8. So there's always 8 on duty, one way or the other.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. I got a few more questions.
Oh, yeah.
They're all of this kind of nature.
Yeah.
So, Chief Locke, you've kind of referred to mutual aid as kind of a necessary piece of your system, it sounds like. I guess I'm curious from both of you, like what your mutual aid kind of need is and what their mutual aid relationships are like.
Go ahead, Chief. You go first, and I'll jump in.
We don't really rely on mutual aid. I'm fortunate enough that my crew, the people that are working for the fire department, are relatively dedicated. When that ambulance goes out, everybody knows it, and 2 people will come in. If they don't come in, when that second ambulance call is asked for, somebody will show up and we'll take that ambulance. Also, our average transport time is about 6 minutes in Springfield. So even if I get a second hit while that one ambulance is out, we can do a quick turnaround and get there before any of our surrounding communities are all volunteer. I provide more mutual aid, and I want to just say that I don't use mutual aid in EMS. I don't use that term. I don't believe there's a such thing as mutual aid in EMS. This is a soapbox I have been standing on for a number of years, and I'd love to have a discussion about that separately if you'd ever want to. But mutual aid is just that. You give something because you both have it to offer. When I don't have anything and receive, there's nothing. It's not mutual. Emergency medical services is a billable process. It's a service. It's a product that in the allied medical system where everybody bills and gets paid for. If I have to send an EMS team outside of my town, that's a product and a service that I'm providing. And all my surrounding communities understand that. And when I do that, I send them a bill. And if I expect an ambulance to come into my town because I can't staff it, I expect a bill. There's no better way for me to say I need more people when I get a bill from Chester or Charlestown. And this is why we couldn't provide EMS people to our people in town. This is what it's costing us. Anyways, I got tangential there.
No, that's
sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you repeat the question? Because I was kind of caught up in the Chief's response.
You already kind of spoke to it.
I did it to you, didn't I, Chief?
I think I have a very different view on it. So that's why I was,
Your need for mutual aid and your mutual aid relationships.
Yeah, so we have both in the Upper Valley, Hartford, Hanover, and Lebanon, the 3 communities, again, you would see a neighboring community ambulance in their town every day. And in South Burlington, we're seeing a mutual aid ambulance in our community every day. And I would say they are supplanting our service, and that's why our city council has opted to. It was no longer mutual. We received mutual aid 900 times, and we responded someplace else 23 times. That wasn't mutual aid. That was supplanting a service, and that's why our community stepped up to staff a second ambulance. However, that doesn't mean no community, in my opinion, at least in my experience, in Vermont, that certainly can handle every one of their medical calls by themselves. You can't staff up for that fifth medical call. The other day, when we stacked when 5 or 6 calls come up in our area, we don't stack calls. Some of them, probably if we didn't show up for an hour would make no difference, but our customers expect us to be there within a few minutes. And so that's why we have a very, very robust mutual aid system throughout the county. And again, our citizens don't care the name on the door when it shows up. They want competent, trained people to show up and take care of them. But we want it to be a South Burlington ambulance. We want our people to be the ones that deliver that care.
Great, thank you. 2 more questions. Thanks.
I mean,
So this one, I don't expect a straight answer on.
well, that's relieving.
But I'm going to ask it anyway.
Yeah.
So we've been working with revenue projections based on our previous year's experience, based on our understanding of the payer mix, based on some assumptions about billing rates, quite frankly, that have yet to be decided. And so the rough range that we're talking about for like a 3,000, calls, we don't transport all those 3,000, but it's like what, 2,100 something. We're roughly looking at a range of revenue, but somewhere between low 800s and sort of mid 900s. And I heard Chief Locke speak to your revenue, and I know that that's a much larger call volume, although it sounds like you don't.
Well, if you take, yeah, I mean, I was going to say, so if you take 3,200 medical calls, 23% of those we didn't transport, someone else did. Well, and probably, let's just say probably 500 of them were no transport. So now you're down to, 2,700, you take 23% of that away. So let's just, for some easy math, say we transported 1,800 patients and we took in last fiscal year, 978,000. And every year I review the county rates and I bring us just above the average.
Yeah.
So it's no different than you set water and sewer rates. You're providing a billable service, and you should be providing a market rate. Now there's gonna be a ton of write-off every month. There's gonna be a ton of write-off because Medicare and Medicaid only pay so much, and you're gonna write that balance off. But that doesn't mean that you're still not going to collect some pretty good dough based upon the payer mix and through Medicare, Medicaid, and private insurance.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I guess the thing I wasn't expecting a straight answer on is, are our revenue estimates like reasonable? Because I think there's too much nuance to it for you to reasonably say yay or nay. But it's interesting to hear your perspective. I don't know if Chief Stegman.
And my numbers are almost the same as Chief Locke's percentage-wise. We had just over 1,500 billable EMS calls, billable emergency calls, and we billed out 676,000, and I have 434,000 cash just from emergencies for our calls.
Okay, and then one more question, Chair. If
Yeah,
I may.
of course.
Billing. Do you do billing in-house, or if not, how do you do it, and how is it going?
I've done. Oh, go ahead, Chief.
Sorry, Chief. We do our billing in town in Springfield. We up until now have only really taken it seriously. Before there was a time where we wouldn't bill EMS calls. 7 or 8 years ago, we saw the revenue potential. We started billing, and then we only kind of dabbled in it. When we decided to do the non-emergency transfer stuff, I'm only doing non-emergency transfer business if it's profitable. I'm not doing non-emergencies if it's not. It would make no sense to, right? That being said, we've become much better at billing. I would certainly not say I'm excellent at it yet, which is a reason why we haven't given it away yet. We have a pretty strong accounting group. We're learning as we go. It's better over the last couple of years, our returns. We've created actual billing policies. And once I have a complete understanding or a better understanding, I don't think I'll have a complete understanding of it. once we have a better understanding of this business and the building business, then would I only feel comfortable about handing it off to give it to somebody else and paying them whatever their rate is. So I truly know what I'm paying, truly know what I'm losing or paying for in a service. If I did it right now, I would not know.
So I've had both systems. The first 8 years of in Hartford, we build in house, and in Burlington, I put an RFP out, did outsource it, and then in South Burlington, we used to do it in house, and we have outsourced it. I would not do your own billing for between 3.5% and 5%. Outsource it. That's what they do. Your collections are going to be higher. They know the systems. They know how. They have the software that checks, the patient data, because our people sometimes just don't get all the data that the billing agents need, or what you need for billing. It is cheap money to get much more return on your investment.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Daniel. Other questions, Peter? No, I'm putting one. So first off, thank you both so much for being here. One of the things that I actually really appreciate from this conversation is that there's disagreement on some of these questions, because this is not a monolith of idea. There are many different models and theories on this, which is kind of what this entire discussion that Brattleboro is having right now is about. So I've got a couple quick questions, because I know we've been grilling you for a while, and I want to let the public ask a couple questions too. My first is simply, if Brattleboro could potentially move forward with municipal Fire-EMS, depending on the select board's decision on the 19th, what is the number one thing that we should be worried about if we were to go that route and not go a third-party model?
I think you've been exposed already to what you should be worried about as far as how busy you're going to be.
Yeah.
The stresses on providing that service. I don't know if there'll be a lot of surprises now with how you've been working with EMS now. I think you're pretty attuned to it.
Chief Locke, thoughts?
I guess I'd just be, and again, I'm sure this has already been thought of, but just given the supply chain, I mean, we're 3 years out. I just ordered 2 ambulances that I won't see for 3 years.
Yeah.
I think that to me is the concern, is how do you get those big pieces of equipment, unless maybe that's been resolved. But for me, that is trying to keep supply chain stuff on big stuff that you need to run these programs. I would worry about.
Absolutely. And that's something that we've been discussing, but it's one of the many sort of moving parts to this discussion. Another question I have is, how often do you replace your ambulances?
I replace them. I try to replace them every 6 years.
And so we had not had a good replacement schedule. So we have some old trucks, hence why we have 2 on order. We're moving to a rotation where there'll be a 9 years and gone, but that's running a three ambulance rotation. Having 3 trucks in the rotation and then never having a truck older than 9 years.
Okay, that's very helpful. Please.
On this same topic, I'm wondering how difficult is it these days to hire really top-rate people, particularly at the paramedic level? We'd be, if we go with a Fire-EMS system, we're going to have to get some additional folks to do those jobs. How do you see the availability of getting really, really good people?
I think hiring anybody in any industry right now is challenging. It's not just a Fire-EMS, it's a PD, it's highway, it's I think the world is littered with that issue. And I think right now is a weird time for fire-based EMS or any of the services, because 10 years ago, I would have 15, 20 applicants. 5 years ago, I had 5 or 6, and this last time I had 2. I think that's something that we need to understand may be the way of the future. I'm hoping it's not, but I think we need to consider a change in our paradigm on how we hire people. But it's also different. Each area hires people and has different qualifications and different requirements. Some people want to hire people coming in with all their certifications already. Some departments will hire somebody with no certifications and bring them up within their own. Springfield doesn't have that luxury right now, so we have to hire people with the minimum certifications already.
Yeah, the chief is right.
It's tough, I think everything is tough right now of hiring anybody, not just in our industry. It's going to be a challenge.
Chief Locke?
Yeah, Chief's absolutely right. For the first time in my career, it's been difficult to hire people. We've left positions open longer than what we would anticipate. And certainly, hiring a paramedic, I'd be happy with an AEMT now. I don't even, most times they're basic EMTs. And in some part, that's not a bad thing either. I'm a big believer in growing your own and sending your own people to paramedic school and rewarding them. So that's not a bad thing either. But I would not anticipate you're going to be able to hire paramedics, certified paramedics to deliver service.
Thank you. Thank you both.
So I think if memory serves, Chief Stagner, you've got 3 type 1s.
Yes.
And Chief Locke, what's your ambulance you've got right now? A type 2, and what are the 2 that you ordered?
There are two of them. Two. Oh my goodness, Paul, what do I have?
Type ones.
Okay, yeah. So, so we run two ambulances on pickup truck chassis, and that's what we have on order as well.
Like Ford 350 or something like that.
Yeah,
it'd be type 1.
450. Yeah.
Type 1s. Yes. Okay. Great. Yes. All right. Board members, any other follow-ups? And then I'm going to open up to the public. Okay. So, Dick, I see your hand. So I'd just like you to direct your question to the select board, and then we will dole it out to the chief because it's kind of hard with 2 presenters. And and then just for everyone's schedule, we're going to finish up with this discussion, and then we're going to take a break, and then we'll move on to the next subsection of agenda item 8B.
Okay. If the questions are pretty quick answers, but to both chiefs, what are the billing rates in both communities?
Yep, good question. Okay, yeah, we can do one at a time. Or if
I thought they could just go, it's X and it's X.
Yeah.
My billing rates?
Yeah.
You want me just
if you want to just take.
Yeah. So Medicare, Medicaid, I'm not sure how familiar you are with the billing.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm
So
talking
my
about
BLS rate, these are for emergencies. My BLS rate is $425. My ALS1 rate is $575. My ALS2 rate is $725. And I charge $12 a mile. These are going to change, like in the next couple of select board meetings that I have in town. They're low.
Chief Locke?
$825 for BLS, $1,050 for ALS1, $1,400 for ALS2, and $2,150 a loaded mile.
$2,150 a loaded mile. Cool. Yeah.
And what is the percentage of fully insured EMS calls? Is it 10% of your calls, 20% of your calls that are fully insured?
And so this question is getting into the payer mix for these 2 communities. Yes.
Well, certainly South Burlington can't be compared to Brattleboro.
Right.
Their median income is several thousand. Springfield is more applicable to Brattleboro.
Yeah, let's start with Chief Locke. So I don't know if you know your payer mix percentage breakdowns well.
So I think what I think is interesting, because when I was in Burlington, I used to debate a lot with the South Burlington fire chief about this. But we both have about 80% that are Medicare, Medicaid. And so it's still, even in an affluent community like South Burlington, the majority of our calls are for Medicare and Medicaid patients. And so, some of them have supplementals, but it's not as affluent with the people we transport as you may expect.
Thank you very much, Chief. Chief?
We're at about 78% Medicare, Medicaid. And I didn't bring it with, but we do track every insurance.
Okay. And last question for Mr. Locke. You said you were generating about $1 million in revenue from the roughly $1,800 1,800 calls per year. What is your budget line item for EMS? Is that revenue coming in cover your expenses for labor, everything else?
So I'll say this: we have a combined budget of we have a fire department, so we've combined our expenses, because otherwise, unless you're breaking out, a lot of proportion, you're breaking out 40% of the heat goes to. So we've decided to say that we're okay having one budget, and our budget is about little over $5 million. And we generate about $978,000 last fiscal year. I mean, some easy math though says, a person a new employee cost $110,000, let's just say, with benefits, and you need 6 to 9 of those depending on your staffing factor. And then obviously, if for our case, we have maybe probably $200,000 to $300,000 of additional medical expenses, including some capital stuff every year. So, does it pay for itself? Depends how you do the math.
Thank you very much, both of you, for coming down and your honesty.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes. And then is there any other hands for right now? Okay, so we're gonna take this and then we'll do Bob up there.
Judy
No, I
Davidson.
can't see Bob's hand. Okay, Bob, and then we'll be, yes.
Judy Davidson, Brattleboro. My question has to do with, as you know, we are starting from scratch. In other words, we will have to buy, we're projecting 3 ambulances, hire 7 new staff members, including an EMS director, equip those ambulances, et cetera, et cetera. You both have been in business for quite some time. You have talked about the difficulty of getting ambulances. We would have to rent ambulances for a certain number of years, probably 3, in order to get this program going next July. And you have talked about the difficulty in hiring EMS staff, and we would be looking at hiring 7 new staff members. So what I'm asking you is, you have said, I think, Chief Locke, that this is kind of a weird time. It's definitely changed in the last 10 years, and you've been in business a long time too. Or you're Mr. Stegner and you're Mr. Locke. Sorry about that. Would you undertake this kind of an undertaking that is going to cost a town a sufficient amount of immediate revenue at this period of time, given that it's a weird time and we have rising costs, long ambulance waits, and few paramedics? And then there's the challenge of retaining the paramedics, given the competition for trained paramedics. So I'm asking you, would you, and I know I'm trying to ask for an honest opinion, I know you're both dedicated to your particular models, but would you start a brand new municipal EMS service if you were doing it in this weird time?
Great. Thank you very much.
So I can answer that pretty easily. I'm going to say yes, and this is why. Because 3 years ago, in the midst of COVID, amidst the shortage of EMS providers, medical health professionals everywhere, I started a business. I started the non-emergency transfer business, invested in an ambulance, invested in people, hired new full-time people just for that. And boy, did I learn a lot. Did the town learn a lot? But today we are in the black. The town is making money today because of that. Was it difficult? Was it more difficult than it should have been under normal circumstances? Probably. Well worth it today than what we did 3 years ago and 18 months to 24 months ago. Certainly worth it. It's working wonderfully today.
I'll put on my other hat because I served as the interim town manager in Hartford. I did the CAO job in Burlington, and certainly as the deputy city manager in South Burlington. You have to look at more than just obviously more. It becomes the question becomes much more complex, and I think here's where I think I would still move forward with it. It all comes down to be able to control the destiny. And I, as the manager, have the ability to control the department. I get to control, the services that are delivered, and as opposed to outsourcing it. Otherwise, we would outsource the streets. We would outsource, the police officers. Outsourcing is always done cheaper. But part of municipal government is delivering core municipal services. And I always kind of fall back on to what are the core municipal services and what is I as a city manager responsible for? And what do I want to make sure that I can deliver to my board, who then is responsible to the citizens? And I think that's what delivering your own EMS system allows you to control your own destiny. You're not working through a third-party board.
Great. Thank you very much, Chief. Bob? And Zach, I see you. We'll do Zach, and then we'll hear finally from the board, and then we will graciously thank both chiefs and let them go home. Dora, okay, but I'm gonna do Zach after Bob, and then if it would be very brief. Okay.
And then Bob Ozer, Brattleboro. Thank you for this presentation, everyone. I think Daniel was sort of along this line, so I just wanted to fill in the spreadsheet. And we know that there are 3,000 calls, and there are 5,000 calls for the two different agencies. And then the staffing was the shift number. So for the 3,000 calls, you had 2 on shift. And for the 5,000, you had 8 on shift. And I'm wondering there, what's the line for the total employees in the department, the population of those 2 towns, and the turnover rate for the staff? And then I'll sit down so I can fill in the boxes on my spreadsheet.
Great, thank you, Bob. Question kind of sufficiently makes sense. Chief, we'll go Chief Locke first on this one. If I got a head nod that the question made sense.
Yeah, can you just go to Chief Stagner first, and I'll
no problem.
Try to.
My primary objective in my job today is to hire more people. The amount of work that my people are seeing daily is borderline abuse. We are understaffed. I've convinced the administration that we are understaffed. I'm hoping to get additional staffing with a grant, and I understand there's going to be challenges hiring the additional people. But that is on my desk every morning when I come in, thinking about getting more people. I'm fortunate enough right now where I'm batting 1,000 with my grant writing, but boy, is managing them tough.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at grants to hire new staff. I'm looking at what other departments have done to hire people, but that's what I'm working on today.
Yeah, I understood I think I understood the question. Our population is about 20,000. We have 3 shifts of 10. So there's 30, a chief, a deputy chief, 3 in prevention. So that's our total strength. I think that was what the question was.
Great. Zachary? I don't actually know. Wait.
There was a question about turnover. I think.
Yeah. So I would say, and that's an interesting question that I had to do. That's why I was pausing for a second. We had a pretty significant turnover just before I came there. And in the last year, beyond a retirement, I think we've lost 1 of the new people we hired who opted to go do something else. So before I arrived, a lot of turnover. We had a period of high turnover. We have seen that settle down over the last 12 months.
And Chief, you want to speak to turnover?
We've had 1 person leave in the last 4 years. And what we've done to make that better is I've widened the living requirements. Before, we had a living requirement you needed to live in Springfield. That's just not feasible today. But the turnover rate is really not an issue for us.
Great. Okay, Zachary. And then Dora.
Hello, audio check. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. Zachary Rounds, Burlington. Thank you, Select Board, and thanks, Chiefs, for the words. I'm going to direct my question to the Select Board, obviously, but I am really interested to hear from the Chiefs, if possible. So we heard the Chiefs explain the difficulty in the hiring process. Oh, sorry, I should have mentioned Lieutenant Zach Rounds, Rescue Inc. So I am based out of the Brattleboro headquarters when I worked there, but I just wanted to state that for the record. So the chiefs both mentioned the difficulty in hiring EMS professionals today, and it's, you know, I just want to echo that to the select board. That's across the state, not just specific to whichever model you choose. It's very challenging to hire people in this line of work today. But that being said, I heard a lot of comparison between Springfield and South Burlington and found all of that very useful. But I just wonder if the difference in the community of Brattleboro being that there are regional ambulance resources already in town. I just wonder, like, if that was the case in your communities, how would that impact, you know, your thought process? You know, if there were a level of resources that, you know, was worth looking at, what would that look like for you?
Great. Thank you, Zachary. Chief wants to take it first.
I'll say this: the city of South Burlington went through this in the early 2000s. So a private, you know, for all intents and purposes, a private ambulance service providing free service to the city, but not to the level of service that the community wanted. And so the community opted to hire enough firefighters to take over the ambulance service and run it themselves because they wanted to control their destiny. So I think the city of South Burlington had that in their community, still rely on that service every day, but it's no longer the primary service. And they do a tremendous job for us. They're a tremendous partner, but at the point in time, the community wanted to be able to control it and have a more steady, reliable, and so that's why now it's a partnership.
Thank you, Chief.
And I also have a partnership with Golden Cross, who we work wonderful with. But we just provide a different product than what Golden Cross provides, and it's what our town wants. When we show up on an ambulance call, they are an emergency response person. Any emergency response person, not just a medical provider. When we're in our citizens' residences, we can see, hey, your smoke detector is going off. Do you mind if we come back later and we'll change it for you, or put batteries in? When a fire-based EMT shows up into a residence in Springfield, they can fix almost everything themselves, no matter what they see. There's not calling additional help. There's not doing this or that. But it's a full service, full emergency services. In fact, we're even considered, you know, a lot of places are considered changing names. Instead of fire department, we are an emergency services department because we have the full package. Golden Cross provides us a service. We hire Golden Cross sometimes. If I have a fire where all my guys are fighting fire, I invite Golden Cross to come and help us. Come and be our EMS response for the town. What it is, it's just what your town citizens want at the time. And I'm fortunate enough that Springfield has always strongly supported the fire-based EMS.
Dora.
So I have a question for both the chiefs. One of you said you're using an outside billing service. One of you is billing yourselves. There's a very great variance in the amounts that are being billed, but we know how much Medicare and Medicaid pay. So the question is, what is your collection policy? And do you know what the outside service is doing for collections?
Great. Thank you very much, Dora. A really good question. What's the collection policy for the town? And if you're billing inside, you're billing outside, Chief Locke. So with the outside billing agency, do you know what their policy is towards collection?
Well, they do what we we do what they do what we tell them or what we tell them to do. So we do not use we use soft collections. We send you 3 or 4 bills, and if we don't hear from you in 6 months, you haven't paid your bill, it's automatically written off. And in Burlington, we had a policy where we sent you 3 bills, and if we did not receive payment, we wrote it off. So I've never been a supportive of hard collections. That's not the business we're in. This is a municipal service. And so we'll send you a bill. We'll try to chase down insurance. We do chase down insurances. We do chase down Medicare and Medicaid. And that's what we want our billing provider to do. We don't want our billing provider to hound Mrs. Smith, who can't comes in and says, I can only make $10 payment a month. My answer is, wait, don't pay the bill for 3 months. It goes to collection. It just falls off. We make enough off our insurances to pay to collect what we need it to collect. And so I've always taken a soft approach to it.
And before you go, Chief, just a follow up on that, Chief Locke. And the difference between Burlington and South Burlington on sending 3 notices versus 6 notices and how long, that's a decision that is made by the municipality.
Our council's made. Yep, it was bringing a policy. So we use 2 different billing providers. In Burlington, the policy they brought to us, a model draft policy, said basically 3 bills. And the different billing provider we use in South Burlington had a draft policy that said 6 months. Our council liked that policy, and so every month I get a delinquent report that's at 6 months. I show it to the finance director. Finance approves the write-off, and it automatically gets written off.
Thank you, Chief. So kind of a different question, but to the policy, I guess, for the town of Springfield.
Very similar to what Chief Locke said. We don't go and bang on people's doors to collect money. We send out a few bills. We don't send people to collections. We will work payment plans with people. If people want to come in and pay whatever, we do work on a payment plan with people if they want to, but we end up writing off quite a bit as well. I think we go out to a year before we actually write stuff off, but same ideology as.
And in Hartford, it was 1 year.
Yeah,
Hartford was 1 year. Peter?
Yeah, just a quick question on the post billing, the 3, 6, 1 year, whatever it is. What is just the percentage wise? Like, how much do you actually collect post insurance payment on the amount that you bill out?
Well, I can answer that pretty good right now because end of our fiscal year was the end of June 23. I had a number. Today I ran the revenue for that fiscal year again, and it increased by $34,000.
Okay.
So
as a percentage of the total collected, it's pretty small.
Okay. Fair. Thank you.
Okay. So Select Board, any final questions or comments from that really excellent discussion?
Just our thanks.
Yeah, that was really awesome. Very helpful.
Yeah, Chiefs Locke, Stagner, thank you so much for coming. This is, the town of Brattleboro is having a really important discussion. Your experience, your expertise, your professionalism is really appreciated. I just hope that if the town of Brattleboro ever need anything from us, let us know. And thank you.
We'll consider it.
Yeah, we'll consider it. We'll consider it. But really, thank you very much.
Chief Howard is awesome. We're good friends. And Chief Locke, we all work with each other really well. So
yeah, excellent. Okay, in that case, I'm gonna have a 5-minute recess for everyone so that we can take a break, stretch our legs, and we'll come back to the next agenda item. Okay, so we're going to reconvene the Brattleboro Select Board meeting. I have requested that the AC be put back on, and so I hope people can hear in the back, but I think a lot of people were feeling the heat. So, and it wasn't the chiefs who were the ones really getting the questioning. So, okay, so we're going to move on to agenda item 8B, Fire-EMS transition update, II, which is the third-party contract EMS alternative review of RFP proposals. So I'm going to pass this over to John. And this is the opportunity to talk about the, the end of a multi-month process from the beginning of an RFI through drafts of a proposal for RFP requests to now we've gotten responses, and we can hear now from the town manager about those responses and sort of the process that's happened since then.
Thanks, Ian. So, we set out through this whole process to try to get multiple viable alternatives for the select board to consider and how you deliver EMS services. And so I won't reiterate how that process went, but we did do a request for information, which informed how we did our request for proposals. And we were very happy to get 2 really good responses on the request for proposals. The 4 different types of model that we had anticipated that we might see, we got 2 of them. And so that is outstanding. And the 2 types that of service delivery model that we got were a dedicated, fully contracted proposal, that is, as you'll recall, one that the ambulances and the personnel are dedicated to delivering EMS solely in the town of Brattleboro, and a type that does not rely in any way on municipal personnel to serve as first responders. So that was one of the proposals that we got from AMR, American Medical Rescue of Massachusetts. The second proposal that we got was of what we called a Type 3, which is a shared hybrid model. That's a proposal that relies on ambulances and personnel that are working across a larger service area than just the town of Brattleboro. So it's sharing resources across multiple towns and relies in some way on municipal staff to serve as first responders. So those were the 2 service delivery models that we saw responses on. Both of those responses, those proposals are provided in your backup materials, fully provided in there so that you can take a look through them and understand all of the nuances of the questions that were asked in the RFP and how the proposers responded to those. In addition to receiving those proposals that are in your backup materials, the staff have also had subsequent conversations with both parties that proposed those approaches and learned additional things about how they would provide services for the town of Brattleboro. Those updated ideas or information about each proposal was with great effort by our town staff, put together in a couple of comparison tables that are in the revised memo, which there's copies of on the table up there and were provided to the board this afternoon, and it is also posted on the website. I'm going to ask Patrick to run us through the 2 comparison matrices, and if you want to ask any questions about the kind of the information provided in there, please let us know.
Great. Yeah. Patrick?
Thank you, and thank you, John. First thing I just would like to remind everybody is that both of the proposals and all of the memos are available on the town's website on the EMS page, and so everything's there for everyone to be able to take a close look at on the website. So give me just a second and I'll see if I can get these my screen share set up just right. All right. Okay, here we go. All right, so and this particular table, along with one that we'll do just after this, are also in the memo, as John pointed out. But we're just going to try and hit some of the highlights and some of the distinctions that differentiate the proposals from each other. And we'll start with the number of ambulances. In the proposal, the dedicated fully contract model being proposed by AMR, they would provide 1 ambulance to the town of Brattleboro. The shared hybrid model being proposed by Rescue Inc., it's sort of difficult sometimes to compare these models apples to apples, but from what we understand, Rescue typically stages 5 ambulances out of its garage in Brattleboro. Those are not necessarily dedicated to Brattleboro, but serve the broader region. But there are 5 ambulances that roll out from that location. And with the dedicated municipal model, we operate with 3 ambulances. So that's just one of the points of comparison. In trying to determine how many paramedics are typically on duty on a given shift, the AMR proposal would have 1 paramedic on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Rescue Inc., again, it's a regional service. They absolutely maintain at least 1 on 24/365, but typically would have somewhere between 3 and 6 across their entire service area, which is much larger than Brattleboro. Utilizing the municipal EMS program, we would plan to have 2 paramedics on duty 24 hours a day, again, 365. Minimum number of staff on duty, there would be 2 with the AMR. 2 staff, 1 ambulance. With the Rescue Inc. model, it's a little difficult to compare. They obviously have a great number of staff, but they have a much larger service area to be responsible for. And with the municipal model, we're proposing shifts of 10. So guaranteed priority response time. The conversation with AMR, this was something they were not able to answer at this particular time due to a lack of familiarity with the area. What I think we can say positively is that they were more than willing to work with Brattleboro to determine what an effective and appropriate response time would be, and they would be willing to be held to that standard, including a contract that contained penalty provisions should they fail to meet it. But that specific timing, they were unable to say. With Rescue Inc., it's also a little difficult to say. Based on a conversation with rescue officials recently, it was estimated that maybe as little as 71 seconds longer than Brattleboro Fire is typically able to respond, but that's generally an average. Sometimes they're able to be there quicker. But again, they have a larger service area, so it's entirely possible from time to time that they would be coming greater distances. What the conversation with Rescue led to was a sense that 71 seconds on average, longer than BFD. With BFD in a municipal model, we are at under 8 minutes and 30 seconds. 90% of the time this is demonstrated by at least the last year and a couple of months. But for many, many years, we've had very good response time within the town of Brattleboro. Our stations are located appropriately to be able to respond throughout the town in a timely manner. Dispatch protocols, AMR indicated that they would be utilizing the services of Brattleboro Central Dispatch, so Brattleboro Central Dispatch would define dispatch protocols with the AMR contract. With Rescue Inc., they would be utilizing Southwest New Hampshire Mutual Aid, so KMA would be the dispatching service, and they would be setting dispatch protocols with the Rescue Inc. Proposal. As you might imagine, with the Brattleboro proposal, town of Brattleboro would be setting the dispatch protocols. In terms of relying upon BFD personnel for first response, with the AMR proposal, there would be no role for Brattleboro Fire in terms of first response. There's somebody I gotta let in. With the proposal from Rescue Inc., they're estimating this would be at about 100 calls a year, perhaps a little less. Just would like to point out that this is a dramatic reduction from the average since probably 2000, which is BFD responding to between 1,000 and 1,300 calls a year. So this is quite a change. In the municipal model, that would be, BFD would be responding to all calls. What do we got here? Patient, revenue. With the proposal from AMR, they would be providing billing services on behalf of the town, but all reimbursement revenue would flow through directly to the town, serving to reduce the cost of their contract. With the Rescue Inc. model, Rescue Inc. would retain all insurance reimbursement revenue. And with the municipal model, that would once again flow back to the town. Billing rates, with AMR, they would propose that the select board determine billing rates. They would be happy to have the town set rates, establish the collection policy, and then they would conduct their work on our behalf. With the proposal from Rescue Inc., that would be set by the contractor. And with the municipal model, that would again be set by the town.
And maybe I would just suggest, Ian, that we pause there if you want to entertain questions about sort of the scopes of both of those two approaches. That this might be a good time to do before we get into the financial aspects, comparing that through with the municipal options and the other intangibles.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, board. So we'll start there. Questions on the presentation so far? Put you a little too
Something to point out, it's not a question.
Franz, please. Yeah, comments also welcome.
Sure. So, Patrick, thank you. This has, I really like this presentation here. My point to point out is that some of this may be kind of in stone at this point or unchangeable, but a lot of it would be things that would be negotiable in a contract negotiation, so that if there are parts of it that suit us well, we can say, sure, that's great. And if there's parts of it that we think would be better otherwise, then we can also go back to a contractor and say, well, yeah, you know, how wedded are you to this? How about if we look at it this way? And that would, you know, that doesn't have to be something that we already know about. This can still develop over time. That's my observation.
Thank you, Franz. Other board members?
I guess, you know, it's kind of along similar lines. So like many of the questions that I would have here will not actually be answered by the town administration, right? Because they're questions about proposals. And so I just want to kind of clarify that. Would it be helpful for you to hear from the board, like questions that we have that we would like to get back to the proposers at this point, or no?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm happy to field Daniel's questions. Yeah.
Yes. Certainly, yeah. I mean, if there are things that we can further clarify, that's what this whole process is about, is trying to understand what is available. What was in those proposals is good for, I think it was 90 days. That it's a cost based on that, the services that are described in each proposal. Once you start tinkering with that, it kind of opens things up, and you no longer are protected by the procurement. So
okay, so then I have one question. So under the rescue response for reliance on Brattleboro Fire for first response, there's a big difference in how things were in the past to their proposal today. So they were suggesting that Brattleboro Fire would only be necessary for under 100 calls. So I suppose what I would like to really understand is, A, the specific broken out list of calls that Brattleboro Fire would be expected to respond to. It does kind of speak later on to high acuity, but like, can we be a little more specific than that? And then B, in the absence of Brattleboro Fire providing a first response, like that's a significant difference in call volume there. So what, and then I know response times have been kind of addressed in multiple places here, but like, what kind of response times can be expected with what level of confidence?
Can I elaborate on that?
So just to be clear, so you're asking that?
I'm asking John to ask that of Rescue.
Okay, cool. Did you have a follow-up question?
Well, a kind of corollary in that it's such a, while on the one hand, they're saying we want it to be the same as before, but on the other hand, they've changed the relationship on priority calls so significantly. I would like an explanation of that.
I would like to weigh in.
Peter?
On what Liz said a little, I mean, this, on my behalf, will be a little bit of a word vomit, so I apologize, but this, we would return to Brattleboro level of service as being provided in July of 2022, and then sort of breaks apart and separates from the level of service where Rescue and Brattleboro Fire Department responded to all calls. For me, and again, this is just me, like, I'm really confused by that answer. So I too would like a lot of clarification, because if you want to return to the level of service that was being provided in July of 2022, and then you break down that you don't need that service, I'm really confused by that answer. So, and if we're on, and please tell me if I'm jumping ahead to, it's my understanding from reading this subsummit memo that we have yet to receive the required auditor's report. Is that, am I not?
We're not quite there yet. We were just on the.
No, all right.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the requirements in the request for proposal, and we're working with Rescue Inc. to make sure they're responsive to the RFP. We have not received that yet, though.
No.
Great.
So that is not, just so I'm clear, the deadline has come and gone, and we have not received this information.
We have received a link to a place where that information might be, but when we tried to call it up, it was not there. It was not available in the database for some reason. So it may be an error on our part. We're not understanding how to access this information. So we're still working with them to get that information.
Okay.
But they didn't give it to you, they gave you where you could go find it yourself.
That's right, yeah.
And I guess just for point of clarification, the other AMF, AMR, sorry, provided this information?
Yes, AMR provided us a complete independent auditor's report. We're very confident in their ability to provide services to the town, were you to select that.
And this is the reason why we included it, just for a level of confidence on our behalf.
Yep, so that we understand their liabilities and, any debt that they have, outstanding issues that an auditor might find troublesome, so.
If I could just chime in on that, perhaps people don't realize that we're more or less obligated if we're asking for something in the RFP from one of or all of the responders. We then have to get that from everybody. We can't pick and choose what information we get back from individuals, because we know them or like them. We really do need to have comparable information from all the people who want to do business with the town.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, we got lots of questions still, so, yeah.
Well, and I just wanted to make sure it's clear that we are working with Rescue Inc. to get that information, and I'm reasonably optimistic that we'll be able to do it. We just haven't yet.
Okay.
I don't know whose hand was up. Liz, and then Daniel.
Well, it just came up tonight, the topic of hiring and turnover, and I would like both parties who submitted a bid and the town of Brattleboro to respond to the question of the availability of resources. First, whether these two applying for the job would need to hire in order to do this contract. We've already discussed our own firefighters' needs, but also, what the turnover is and what each entity feels is the climate for hiring.
Daniel?
Thanks. This is about dispatch, and maybe you guys will answer this, but if we can't answer it, if we could send this back to rescue. So it says here on page 3 of the supplemental memo, Chief Hazelton expressed concern over the ability of Brattleboro Central Dispatch to provide accurate dispatch statistics, especially related to the exact timing of response. Such data is easily available from other dispatch providers and is easily available to Rescue Inc. in other communities that they serve, such as Hinsdale. Rescue agrees that with accurate data from another dispatching service, Rescue Inc. in the town could set a firm response metric, and that Rescue would be open to a system of penalties for failure to meet the agreed upon standard. So I guess the piece that I'm kind of confused about is like that agreement around another dispatching service. So are we talking about like importing previous rescue data when they were working in Brattleboro to some other dispatch service and analyzing it through that, or are we talking something else?
No. So my understanding is that Rescue Inc. is willing to work with us to through their proposed approach to establish some standards around response time and then guaranteeing those in the contract. Mm-hmm. That would be additional work that we would have to do through negotiation. It has nothing to do with past. It would have to do with future contract requirements.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
If I could,
Wait.
I think I have a little understanding on that very point.
Yeah.
Which is that I've heard in the past that a tone would go out for a response from when it was something that both rescue and the fire department would respond to, that the tone didn't go out at the same time to both of those places. I don't know how that would happen. I don't know the details of how the communication works. But to me, when I read this, that's what I thought was the concern, is that the rescue thought that the data from our dispatch as to response times would be thrown off by the fact that the tone didn't always go out at the exact same moment to both places. So I guess I'm putting words in their mouth right now, but to me, that's a very limited problem that can certainly be fixed. That's really what I'm going for here.
That was pretty much my understanding from what Rescue told us, Franz. And yeah, I agree. I think it's something that could be figured out depending on what data is available from the dispatch service they want to use.
So if I could just weigh in, is that?
Then I know you.
I'm sorry. I'm really just trying to go. I'm going to go back up to this first one where returning to the previous service to then doing this. Is that dependent on what dispatch service is used? Because I don't know how this is getting determined. Like who gets called to what, and when the Brattleboro Fire Department gets called in, and when they're needed, and how does that get decided? And I'm sure that people who deal with this every day, this is probably a simple answer, but for me, like I can't seem to attach myself to this answer on any level, and it makes me uncomfortable. Just to think like if I have to dial 911, I want to make sure that every single resource is being dispatched that's within the town's disposal, and this answer makes me feel like somebody will pick and choose.
John?
So it would help the board to have additional information about this, the answer to question 2.
Yeah, I think so. I think that probably 1 and 2 are somehow interwoven.
Okay, so I think that's become pretty clear. So from multiple board members have asked. Liz, and then you and then.
Well, if you want me to answer at least partly Peter's concern about that, I mean, how dispatch works, I mean, I can answer some of it. I think we also have other people here who can answer that as well, if that's appropriate at this point. I don't want to.
Let's answer them all at once.
Well, I'm not sure, is it a question to the contract proposal?
Yeah, you know, I mean,
I
think it's probably how it lays into these responses to these questions. So, I mean, you know, Franz and I can go grab a cup of coffee and he can give me a little tutorial about how dispatch service works a little better. That's fine. I don't think we need to uncork that right now, but I'm curious. This really confuses me. And it leaves me feeling a little uneasy.
Okay.
That's fine. The works tomorrow, 8 a.m.
Okay.
So yeah, your office hours.
Right.
Plugs office hours. Liz.
I wanted to go over the statement that John just made about sort of negotiating response times. That's what it was about.
Can you speak up? Yes.
Okay, so what I would like is to know whether negotiating these response times would lead to higher fees.
Yeah. So that's a good question. That is a little bit of the problem with some of the responses in the proposal, which we asked about trying to understand what response times would be like, so that we knew what the cost proposal was actually delivering to the town. We've been clarifying on that, but we still don't completely understand what the cost proposed would actually deliver in terms of response time. So
And is that for both responses?
that's for both responses. It may be difficult to kind of get that ascertained prior to you making a decision about this, unless the proposers are a lot more forthcoming with their assumptions around the cost proposals that they gave.
Daniel?
Thanks. I just want to be very clear about this, that the proposal from AMR with 1 ambulance is insufficient to meet our needs. And I know that. I know that everyone sitting here knows that, but I just want to be public about that. So we currently have 3 ambulances dedicated to Brattleboro. Mostly it is one that goes out 20% of the time. The second one's out there, and 2% of the time a third one is out? 2%. Yeah. So we're a community that needs at minimum 2 ambulances, and we've found it helpful to have 3 this year.
Yeah, and I guess I was going to.
And so
my question,
going back to the proposer, I know that there's some stuff in here about unit hour lease rates and all that kind of stuff, and I'm not a extremely clever person, so I'd just like to know how much more money for the right number of ambulances.
John.
Yes, we've already asked the proposer that question, and they are working on a response around the cost of additional resources.
Thank you.
Excellent. Other thoughts?
Yeah, something that is not in the matrix that I think is important is the availability of mutual aid and how that would work under the different models that we're looking at. It seems to me, just thinking about it, that if under circumstances where mutual aid is needed, the hybrid model would provide access to additional resources perhaps more readily than either of the other models we're looking at. That's something that is on my mind in terms of thinking about which our preferred model is, because that's kind of structural to the model. It's not dependent on the individual participants. I think our choice of what model we prefer is important, and I'll be thinking about mutual aid in that context.
Yeah.
Liz?
Is it mutual aid if it's more resources from the same contractor?
No?
Thank you.
Okay, Daniel?
Just to put a finer point on what Franz is talking about. So, in the current proposal from AMR, we worked out somewhere in this memo that 84% of the time over the last 12 months, we've been fine with one ambulance. So we're talking about 16% of the time needing mutual aid, right?
If we have one
went
ambulance.
with that proposal as it's currently, written, which is not in any way a thing that has been decided. The Brattleboro municipal proposal, uses 3 ambulances. And so we've found in our experience over the last year and a bit that we haven't really needed mutual aid with that many resources, but you could choose to size it at 2 ambulances, right? Save a little bit of money and rely more on mutual aid. And the proposal from Rescue, has shared assets across a large area, but I understand from, their publications that they've very rarely or perhaps even never needed mutual aid. I thought it was also kind of interesting to hear from the 2 chiefs and hear how their systems are structured quite differently. And one really is a sort of like, it's basically a regional system of municipal providers. And the other one is a very small system by the sounds of it that somehow makes it work. I hope that that's not mischaracterized. I mean, it's probably oversimplifying, but that's kind of how it landed to my ears. And, so I guess these are just all decisions, right? And I guess the mutual aid thing speaks to what are your mutual aid partnerships, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Other questions from the board on basically the comparison of components of available EMS service delivery models? Table 1 is kind of what we've been discussing. And I'll open it up to the public for questions on this. Frankly, I'm kind of a little not sure whether we should just kind of continue on and then have conversation about the whole thing, but I'm happy to take questions now on.
Point of order then?
Sure, please.
If you're going to do that.
Do you want to just go up to the?
Thank you. So the issue with continuing on is that you're just going to give us 3 minutes.
No, I'm saying I'm happy to take questions now.
Yeah, I think, I would agree with that, because if you go all the way through, you're going to give me 3 minutes to go through.
Agreed.
And there's multiple questions.
Agreed.
So I have 2 quick questions while I'm up here.
Great.
Timing is everything. When you talk about ambulances in Patrick's narrative here, number 5, no information provided on type, assume 2s and 3s when not responding in one of other 15 towns. I think Rescue has more than 5 ambulances. I think they might have 5 assigned here. And then when you're talking about what our study has been, 84% of the time Brattleboro has used 1 ambulance. So I think Rescue certainly could handle, in reality, the rescue calls if you chose that, with the potential of the other ones still being in-house. And then down under revenue, for AMR, direct pass-through.
What are we looking?
But you didn't say that we were going to be paying $1.6 million to AMR upfront, and then they would be kicking back all the revenue to us, correct?
That's just in the next
That's in the
section.
table.
But that's in the next section,
Yeah,
but
which
it sounds like all the revenue, we're not paying them, we're gonna pay them first.
Yep.
And then they're gonna reimburse us for whatever they collect. So I wanted to make sure that was on the record.
Very fair. We're going to talk about that in the next section, but yeah, it's like a different way of doing it. Yeah. And I think the only question I have to Patrick, who's gone,
I'll try.
is he just ran away.
No, we're just turning the air conditioning on.
So is the 5 ambulances, is that what Rescue says is always dedicated to Brattleboro?
Yes.
Okay.
No,
It's
not dedicated.
It's
They're
not
not
dedicated,
dedicated. They're-
it's housed at their location, and they have a total of 11.
Okay.
They're stationed in Brattleboro most of the time when they're not responding elsewhere. They also have other ambulances at other stations that they can bring into Brattleboro if they need to.
Okay, Daniel?
So maybe, I think a reasonable question to go back with, and I mean, well, let me just say, I agree with Dick. I'm not too worried about like the availability of ambulances. But it might be reasonable in the due diligence perspective to find out how often those assets that start the day in Brattleboro are in other communities. Do we get to a point where there's only one ambulance available in Brattleboro? And if so, how often?
Are you at, when we're?
I'm not asking that.
Oh, okay.
I'm asking that to John to go back to the proposer.
Okay, did you get that, John?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Welcome back, Patrick.
Thank you. If I could just chime in on that, I mean, I think what Rescue would do is if they got down to a couple of ambulances in Brattleboro, they'd start moving resources from elsewhere, like from Townsend,
Right.
to replenish it.
I think that's what they do too, but I don't work for them, and so I'd like to find out from.
That's fine.
Okay, other questions from the public?
Kind of a comment.
Just name and who.
Sandy Pinker from Brattleboro.
Welcome,
You've
Sandy.
all received my emails. If you look at the rescues, page 9, they list under question 6 what they will require Brattleboro to assist with. Things like force entry into a place if it's not safe, if there's explosives, if there's gunshots, whatever. But under 6, it lists 6 things of when they would require Brattleboro's assistance, which obviously is less than what it used to be. I agree, AMR with one ambulance is not going to be enough. If they're over $1 million for one, is it going to double or triple if you ask for 2 or 3? That's a big concern. You're not going to get that money back in revenue. And also in Rescue's thing, the financial statements, they list that they will go with a third party. If you find, say, your accountant, they'll give the financials to that accountant to review. But basically, you're in competition with them, and they didn't want to give you their financials.
Okay.
John, could
Thank
you
you.
speak to the competition?
Yes. So yes, that issue, we asked Rescue whether they had financial information available, and they do. And so we then asked, well, why wouldn't you just share that publicly? It's publicly, apparently, then they told us, well, it's publicly available. You just need to know how to go find it. And so our question was, well, can't you just send it to us? I mean, so we didn't totally understand why they wouldn't just provide that to the town. And so the answer,
Thank you.
the answer was that there was information in that financial report that would somehow make it more possible for the town to provide emergency services better than it does now, which was confusing to us because we feel like for 14 months we've been doing it fine, and no information about how Rescue provides their costs would possibly help us do that any better. So it was just confusing. I was thinking maybe what Rescue was thinking was like a year and a half ago, before the town had good experience and good data associated with how they're providing EMS services, that might have been a concern. Is that somehow going to help the town of Brattleboro do provide EMS services if the contract were to end with Rescue some way better? I really think at this point it's kind of irrelevant or moot, and so it was very confusing that might still be a reason why that financial information wouldn't be provided. And it seemed like Rescue was understanding that, at least to us, and that they were willing to provide this information. It's just still not readily available yet. So I think we're close, and I think we'll get there. We really just want to see, an independent audit of the fact that they don't have a lot of debt and a lot of issues that would be concerning to an owner that would be contracting with them. and also to make sure that their proposal was responsive so that if the select board were to choose to move forward with rescue, that it wouldn't be challenged by the other proposer. So.
Okay, and Bob, I can't tell if your hand's up because of how you're sitting. It is up. I actually, though, I cannot see your hand at all. So,
Actually, Bob Ozer, Brattleboro, this is more of a point of information. I just got a text from someone, he said he's got his hand up on Zoom.
yeah, I saw that. I just was handling people.
And the only other thing I would say is the 990s are definitely publicly available because you can do them with Google like really quickly. But that may not be what you're looking for. But you've made your point, so maybe people will have heard that and they'll respond.
And I'm gonna go with the individual on Zoom next, who I can not really see.
Yeah, it's David Levenbach. Why don't I maybe stop the screen share and we can go to.
And so, Bob, in the future, just get that hand a little higher, or use the right hand or your left
Or
hand.
ask Pierre to slouch.
Thank you, Bob. I appreciate that. I have one easy question, I think, and one a little bit maybe more complicated. If rescue were to get the contract and someone in Brattleboro were to call 911, would it go through our dispatch and then passed on to Keene? How would that work? And if you want the other question now.
No, let's just get both because that's an easy one. And then what's the other one?
Told you it was easy. Okay, the second one has to do with this question about first response. And it comes up with respect to AMR and rescue. The chief, fire chief, made a point at some point, maybe multiple times, that whenever a call goes in, they will go out. That they don't rely simply on, in the past, rescue or Golden Cross. That would, work for AMR that says they don't want Brattleboro Fire to show. And that may account a little bit for the differential between what rescue is saying they expect of 100 calls, as opposed to, I think the number was 1,100. Patrick turned off the screen share, so I don't remember the number exactly. But that radical reduction may be because they're anticipating that Brattleboro Fire will not be going out. And the question is, this is a policy question for the town. Does the town intend to ask Chief Howard not to respond to every call of which he's aware? So that's that second, more complicated question. Thank you.
Great. I want to handle the easy question first.
Sure. So my understanding, and I'm not a fire chief or an expert, but my understanding would be that the call would go to 911 to Keene Dispatch and then toned out to rescue. And, it would have no interaction with Brattleboro Central Dispatch. The second question was, I need a little help with that.
Did we
one, I
want
think.
John to
Patrick.
answer the second question?
The question is a policy question
Yeah.
about fire response to.
Yeah, I think, I mean, that could be the board could direct that, but I don't think the community would stand for it very long. Essentially, we'd be having to call, I guess, mutual aid or rescue would have to be calling mutual aid if they were not able to cover those calls, and so they're just going to be there would be a very long response time, I would think, on a lot of them, but I'm not totally clear. So,
Daniel?
I mean, I think that's kind of what we're asking to get a little more clarity around, right? Like, if it is this scenario, what kind of response times are we talking about? And I want to just go back to something that Sandra, is it Sandra or Sandy?
I go by Sandy.
Okay, Sandy. You'd said that on section 6 point something, there was a description of calls, and that's true. There is, it's just one piece of it. So it says, answers to questions regarding how municipal employees would serve as first responders and what type of calls. And it says, manpower intensive high acuity calls, such as cardiac arrest or impending cardiac arrest. So you could read that as all high acuity calls, and these are examples of high acuity calls, or you could read it as only these types of high acuity calls. And I think there's some ambiguity to it, and I would like that ambiguity to be totally gotten rid of.
John.
And
Franz, and
I would say that in our conversation.
And I did have one more thing to say, and if you don't mind, I'll finish, because
okay.
In terms of like operations, right? So like directing Chief Howard to run the fire department in a certain way, that is not the select board's business.
Okay.
The charter says so.
John.
Yeah, I was just going to respond to, we did have a conversation with Rescue, and they needed to do some more analysis, and that they did offer to come back with some increased information around that. So I think we may see that.
Franz, then Liz.
So everything we've been talking about for the past few minutes, I think, relates to dispatch protocols and who gets to make decisions about what resources respond. And how does that also relate to the protocols from the medical side, medical director, and what kinds of treatment happen in what kinds of circumstances? Those are relatively rigid, but there's some flexibility there. So first of all, this is really important, is who gets sent out under what circumstances. My predilection is to be a little bit on the generous side. And I can assure you that calls come in to 911 where you don't really know what they're talking about, whether it's high acuity or low acuity or no acuity, and people just don't understand what's going on in an emergency like that. And you have to have somebody there in that moment who makes a decision as to what kind of resources to respond with. And I think that should be loosened, not tightened to the point where we're doing it a tenth as often as we've done it in the past. So I guess the good news on this is that I think this is subject to negotiation. This isn't something that's a fixed value, but that if we decided that the shared hybrid model was appropriate, then we'd have to go over in more detail what are the dispatch protocols and who's making the decisions. So to me, it's just still an open question.
Liz, and then Daniel, and then Dora.
So this question is telling in the way that much of the RFP was written, not the RFP, but Rescue's response to limit the role of the Brattleboro Fire Department. And, if that's what they want to do, fine. But again, there is this dichotomy between they're saying they want to go back to the way it was versus they're changing the relationship between Rescue and the fire department. And that's the one question that we've established. But it relates to how many firefighters we're employing to provide this minimal service that they're talking about. Either they want us or they don't. And, with the other model, it doesn't require firefighter EMS at all. And this one is just very vague about, which calls we go on and how that, that's not something that I'm willing to negotiate out. I want to know now what they have in mind so that we can plan and then we can understand.
Daniel?
Yeah, it was kind of following on from Franz. So Franz, you asked two questions, well, let me try. Dispatch protocols and who was in charge of them. And so I just want to be real clear, are those questions that you need answered by the proposer? I should hope so.
Not immediately.
Okay.
Because if we were to pursue a contract with some outside agency, in this case, Rescue, those are things we could stipulate and say, okay, we're interested in you and your services, but we don't agree with this particular thing, which in this case is dispatch, and then we can say, you know, what do you say to that? It's negotiable in a contract negotiation. So I need to know that we're able to make that call, that it's up to us to say, yeah, that's got to be part of the agreement, but I don't need to know what the agreement is right now, as long as we can say, hey, that's good for us, or that's not good for us.
Okay.
Quickly on the response?
I guess I just kind of wanted it to be asked. And this is what contract negotiation looks like in public.
Chief Howard, I think just because that's going to be, I'm assuming you're responding to.
I want to try to help you understand 911.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to take a seat, or do you want to just?
No, I can do it right here.
history on it, so go ahead.
Okay.
Just so everybody knows, what happens on TV and what happens in real world is two different things.
No.
On TV, you call 911 and it goes right to the dispatcher that you want to dispatch the call. In the state of Vermont, if I dial 911 because I bought my cell phone in Vermont, my 911 calls should go to the Westminster State Police Barracks. But if for some reason all those lines are tied up, then it's going to go to Williston State Police Barracks because that's the other PSAP. Then they say, okay, if you call 911 today and say, I have a medical emergency in Brattleboro, the 911 dispatcher in Westminster takes all the information and tries to determine, like what Franz said, figure out what's wrong with his patient. Then they, in turn, call Brattleboro Dispatch and say, Brattleboro Dispatch, I have Lenny Howard on the phone. He's at 103 Elliott Street. He's having a heart attack. Would you please dispatch the appropriate authority to this call? So, but if Dick DeGray bought his cell phone in New Hampshire, he dials 911, his line's going to go to New Hampshire 911. New Hampshire 911's going to answer his call and say, oh, and they're going to find out, Mr. DeGray, you're in Brattleboro? Well, I'm going to transfer you to the 911 PSAP in Westminster. And then they're going to take all his information and call Brattleboro Dispatch. If you opt to go with Rescue and Rescue uses KMA, the same thing is going to happen, but when wherever people bought their phones, that 911 person is going to call Keene Mutual Aid. People need to understand that because it's very, very confusing to the general public.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
That was.
Quick question for the chief while he's standing right here.
Yeah, just get it on the mic, though.
So what you're talking about, if you choose Rescue and we say, okay, Rescue, we want you to negotiate and use our dispatch services, from what the chief just said, doesn't make any difference. All you're going to do is get the revenue because it's based upon where your phone is, correct? Right?
Depends where you buy your phone.
So if even though Rescue's going to, we say Rescue, we want you to use Brattleboro Dispatch. We're going to charge you, I think the fee you had is 100 and something thousand. And so Rescue says, okay, we'll do that. So it doesn't really make any difference because the reality is of what the chief just said, and I'm glad I heard that, it's where you bought your phone, where your rescue call, where your call is going to go. So I'm confused as to, we're concerned about something that we don't have any control over, that you think having Brattleboro Dispatch, they're not going to get the call anyway. They're going to be the second receiver of the first call. That's kind of interesting.
So wait, let's not have too many people. Franz wants to speak to this person, then Peter.
I think it's even more complicated than you realize, Dick. That the implications of what Lenny was just saying are that then it goes someplace, and then it goes someplace else, and then somebody's got to make the decision about what the response is, and that's what's really important, is who that person is. Yeah, I mean, I don't care whether it's Keene or Brattleboro. From that standpoint, I do care about who's making the call and what their protocols are for making that call about what the nature of the response. And I'll just throw in that, however, having said that I don't care, I do care because it's a financial question.
Peter?
Yeah, so if I understood the chief correctly, and hopefully I did, so Westminster would call, that goes up north a little bit more, they call, it if it's Keene, they call Keene, and then Keene makes the determination of that thing that's really confusing me about how our EMS service is then dispatched. But if it goes to Brattleboro, then we know how it's going to be dispatched. Is that, would I be understanding that correctly? I'm sorry. I'm really, it's got me a little unsettled, so.
Yeah, 911, when you call 911 and the PSAP picks you up, they try to determine what level of call it is.
Right.
And then they'll call either Keene Mutual Aid or Brattleboro Dispatch and say, all right, we've done a diagnosis on this person and it appears they're having a heart attack or they're difficulty breathing. That tells our dispatchers have a algorithm there that shows them, okay, it's a difficulty breathing. So prior to when we were doing first response with rescue, if you were having a diabetic emergency, difficulty breathing, chest pain, fainted, stroke, as soon as the 911 dispatcher told Brattleboro Dispatch that, they knew that was a priority 1 call and they were toning rescue and Brattleboro Fire to that call.
So I don't know if this is a fire chief question or a town manager question, but prior to 2022, if we're returning to business as usual, where did the calls get generated from?
They use Brattleboro.
That was Brattleboro Dispatch. Okay.
Okay, so Dora, okay, Daniel.
Can I speak, please?
Yes, Daniel, yeah.
I think we're missing something here. So the issue was less about where the call goes to. It was more that previously, Brattleboro Fire did first response for over 1,000 calls out of 3,000, right? Somewhere just underneath half. And probably some of those calls turned out not to be that big a deal. And we got there and, there's too many people on the scene. We responded too well. How terrible. In this situation, what could happen is if Brattleboro is only being asked to do first response for a very small number of calls of specific kinds that we actually haven't quite figured out yet, there could be scenarios where dispatch is not able to really fully understand what's happening in the situation, says that it's, not a high acuity call, and we don't have first response. And we're talking about a perfect storm here. I'm not saying this is like every call. And a rescue ambulance is not as available as we would have liked it to. It takes a couple of minutes longer, and it was consequential. If there was a first response coming to more than just 100 calls, that's a lot less likely to happen. That's what bothers about this. And that's why dispatch protocols are important. I don't know if I don't understand the dispatch system much better than you do, Dick, but what bothers me is the drop from the last year we did this together, it was 1,300 calls. So the drop from 1,300 calls to 100 call makes me worry about what happens when dispatch gets it wrong. And no disrespect to dispatch, but your average person who's experiencing an emergency isn't always able to clearly articulate what's going on. And maybe sometimes dispatch, puts it out in a way that it turns out to be otherwise. And that's what I'm worried about. Yeah. I mean, I'm not the chair, sorry.
So, no, yeah, you're not. And
My bad.
Dora's had her hand up for a while, so.
Bye for now.
Bye. Sorry.
Dora Bubelis, Brattleboro. So just for a little history, I know I've brought this up in other meetings. Not everybody has probably heard this. When I first got on the board in 2008, we looked at some of the issues. And one of the things that came up that was offered by Rescue was that they didn't need the fire department to respond to all the calls, that they could, and the ones where they were the closest and they could get quicker. And, the fire department was categorically denied that. We decided as a matter of policy that they were going to continue to respond to all calls. I think Rescue understands that that's a possibility. I think what they're doing is trying to anticipate points of conflicts and saying, we're willing to do it this way because there's been issues in the past. part of the reason why they keep coming back with changes. I know that that's the way they're looking at it because they said it in their public meeting a couple of weeks ago, that they understand that there are issues with Brattleboro, so they're trying to anticipate what Brattleboro might want and doing their proposal based on that. So I don't think in negotiations that it wouldn't, that wouldn't be something that came up. The issue of 911 has always been an issue. I mean, that's come up over the years. And, are we only talking about table one, or are we asking?
Believe it or not,
about
we're still
1A?
only table one. Yeah. And that's why I kind of was worried about going on just table one because I knew it was going to bog down. And that's fine. We're having a good conversation, and this is important.
But I just wanted to bring that up because it's been something that's been discussed over the years, and I think that there's probably been more lives saved by the fact that Brattleboro responds, because not all, as we just learned about 911, you don't get all the information necessarily on the call. And so, I don't think that's an issue. Does it cost more? Yes. But, but that's been the history. It's been the history for a long time. It's been a matter of policy. It's been supported by the select board, supported by the town administration, and supported by the town.
Great. Thank you, Dora. Okay. Franz, then Liz, and then we'll, I think it was, there are a lot of hands. I think it was Bob, and then, I'm sorry, I don't know the gentleman's name.
I just want to say that I agree with Dora's assessment of why the language is in there, that I imagine, of course I don't know, but I imagine that this is an attempt by Rescue to deal with problems of handoffs, turnovers, whatever the interactions have been that have been troublesome in the past. If we limit the number of interactions, then we'll limit the number of problematic interactions. But I don't think that's the right way to deal with it. I think the right way to deal with it is to deal with what's leading to difficulties, not to try to just decrease the number of interactions arbitrarily. So anyway, I think Dora's onto something there, and I think that, this is another big topic that we'll end up talking about.
So Bob, do you have your hand up next? Liz, I'm sorry. Sorry, Bob, 1 second.
With regard to Franz's statement, I agree with that. I do think that the rescue response tries to limit interaction with Brattleboro, and it's an incomplete response. And I think that if rescue wants to work for the town of Brattleboro, rescue needs to work with the town of Brattleboro, and that's a fact that needs to be discussed. I also think that in reviewing both of these responses to RFP, and I've had a 40-year career of writing and reviewing RFPs, I think we can't throw up our hands and say we can negotiate this and we can negotiate that. We need to look at what is written. We can clarify it, but we need to understand the models that are being presented and make our judgment on that.
I completely, wholeheartedly hear what you're saying, and I completely agree with it. I don't want to accept something and then negotiate and hope that it happens thereafter. I want to know what like we do when we're purchasing something. I want to know what I'm buying before I bring it home. I have to know exactly what it is. So the dispatching services and I think the Chief Locke had mentioned, I think in the moment, if we're just being realistic and we're having an adult conversation, if you dial 911, you're having a bad day already. If I have to dial 911, I don't care if 15 vehicles show up in my parking lot as long as they get there quickly and they deal with the problem firsthand. So I for one, I can't wrap my head around the fact, and Chief Howard has said over and over again that it would be irresponsible for the fire department not to show up to these calls. And I agree and echo what Liz is saying, because I think this is getting into the crux of what's making me feel uneasy with the wording. So I'm just going to sharpen that a little bit more and get an answer to that.
Okay, so Bob, and then I think I had a hand over here behind Tim, and then Tim, and then Judy. Last, and Judy's last in the, yeah. And then I'm going to try to kind of move us to the next table.
Bob Ozer, Brattleboro. You're all right. No, I think you're right on all sides. I'm probably not a good example today because I've had some acerbic reactions back and forth with several people today. There's certain things you can put in writing, and it should be in writing. When you buy a product today and it's a good name brand and you think it's going to last 8 years, it lasts 2. That's what you thought you were buying, but that wasn't what you got. Sometimes when you put everything in writing, even if you do that, people don't follow the writing, or the writing doesn't make sense, or we try to argue about the words in the writing. I refer you back to an email I sent, I forget whether it was last week or the week before, that had the clip of Fire Chief Tom Goddard from Putney, from the August 26th event. And he said very clearly, he said, you know, we're very intensely involved in these things. This is our work. So sometimes we disagree, and sometimes there are conflicts. But at the end of the day, we'll call each other up, we'll have a cup of coffee, we'll figure it out. That might be the bottom line in a lot of this. Good to have it in writing, good to have it down, but figure out where the problems really are and talk it through. And I give myself as an example of the antithesis of that today, because I didn't do that this afternoon. But that's the message. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. So did I have a hand? Yeah.
Tyler Boucher, Rescue Incorporated. I just wanted to thank the chief for his explanation of a synopsis of how the 911 system works, but I also wanted to just respond to some of the commentary about the specifics of which calls we're proposing that we would or would not respond to. And I don't know, I'm sorry, Ms. McLaughlin, if my answer won't satisfy, but I think the fact that the RFP posed a question to the proposer about how they would use the town's first response system, it assumes too much. First, it assumes that the proposer has any right to decide what events the town would or would not respond to. It also presumes that we could, in a paragraph or a paper, to some of the other commenters' points, that we could explain thoroughly or objectively or in a way that the public at large would understand what specific calls we would expect a response or not expect a response from. I think the chief would probably even agree with me that if you were to ask me to sit down and write you a policy on response for even just medical calls within the town of Brattleboro, I could probably easily fill 40 pages by the end of the day. There's simply so much nuance and so much complexity to all of these different situations that it's very difficult to arrive at an answer in a paragraph or a sentence about how many calls or what kinds of calls you would or would not use a first response agency for. The public welfare demands that we provide something that is clinically excellent. That's what the public deserves. That's what the public should demand. And I think that's what your process is trying to find. So what we need to build is a system that delivers clinical excellence to all of the citizens of Brattleboro in any way that it is possible to do so. And that is going to involve a first response agency in many circumstances, which is obviously going to be the Brattleboro Fire Department if we were to win the proposal. And that the manner in which we use that first response service is something that needs to be talked about in a group. It is something that needs to be negotiated. It's not something that can be made concrete in writing in advance, nor is it something that's appropriate for the proposer to assume that they should demand of the town or of the fire department. So those things that you see in the proposal are examples. There are cardiac arrests that you can manage with 4 people without the need of additional personnel. There are cardiac arrests that require 12 or 15 people. There are, most of my experience has been in New Hampshire, So in that system, we codify the call slightly differently. We don't have a binary system like there traditionally has been here, priority 1, priority 2. We have a spectrum of acuity that ranges from omega level calls to echo level calls. And that range of calls demands a different response. And in some cases, many different types of response, whether the unit responds with lights and sirens or not, whether it responds with a paramedic or not, whether you dispatch a paramedic and a BLS service and one of them responds with lights and the other one doesn't. There's a very disparate way that the response to those calls are managed. And so our expectation is to work with any first response agencies that are appropriate to deploy for the patient's expected clinical acuity and the description of the call from any dispatch center that provides the information, and that the response to those would be sufficient to provide the anticipated care needs. And if that means using the fire department for something as simple as access to a building, then it's required. And it should be known in advance, because many of these access-controlled buildings are going to have addresses that any dispatch center is going to recognize as requiring access control. There's also situations that, even in a fully, forgive me, but the AMR model, the type 1 proposal, there is just no way to avoid having to utilize the fire department as a first response agency. If there is a car accident, it would be wildly inappropriate and nearly impossible to expect that the fire department and the ambulance service would not both arrive at that incident, and that they would both be engaged in some type of patient care activity. So it's a little bit of a fallacy also to assume that anybody could give a proposal that is going to completely neglect any use of the fire department to begin with. So our intention is not to diminish the role of the fire department in the first response network or the intention to provide care to patients. It's simply to optimize to the extent possible all of the available resources, because Brattleboro Fire already has a pretty challenging job in front of them with their responsibilities to fire and rescue in the first place. So achieving a balance of efficiency and patient care is the goal, and that's something that probably will require more collaboration and conversation.
Great, thank you very much, Tyler. And just for the record, are you here speaking formally on behalf of Rescue?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, Chief Hazelton is at a conference, unfortunately, until Monday. So
okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so Tim had his hand up next.
Thanks. Tim Wessel, Brattleboro. Thank you for that. It was very articulate and it helped me understand a few things. Recently, through Bob Osier's urging, I watched the rescue event that happened the other day. And something that seems to have happened recently, too, with your call with Chief Hazelton happened at that event, too, where Chief Hazelton spoke a lot about too much attention being paid to response times. And I just want to speak sort of on an emotional, visceral level to that, because I honestly think that for myself and my family and all of your constituents, literally all of your constituents, I believe there is no other better measure of feeling cared for in a community than having an appropriate response show up quickly. Now, it's more important to me for a response to happen, be there if a family member falls, for the response to happen within minutes. It's more important to me than it's a box with rescue on it, it's a box with AMR on it, it's a box with Golden Cross on it. It doesn't matter. As you said once, it's flashing lights. It's here to help. Viscerally, I urge you to just understand that even if Chief Hazelton has some good points about response and it not being proven to make that a perfect measure of rating EMS responses, it is literally the most important thing to people out there in a crisis, how quickly you can get to the person that needs help. And I believe that the discussion about it gives me pause when there's all of a sudden, it's going to be like it was before July of 2022, but it's going to be less need for the Brattleboro Fire Department. Those are our employees Those are right here in town. And that's their dedicated mission. And we've seen in the past year that the response times have improved, and you can quibble about the numbers. They certainly haven't gotten worse. They've been doing an excellent job. And so I just want to underline, highlight that focus on response times. It's either irresponsible to say that that wouldn't matter or shouldn't matter, or it's just focusing on the wrong thing and a little bit daft when it comes to trying to sell a town on using your services. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Tim. And then, yes.
Thanks to everybody for their really thoughtful and impassioned views of what are some of the issues and where do we go from here. I think what I recognized in Rescue's proposal was a recognition of the intense challenges between the BFD and Rescue in the past. And we know always in organizations there are personalities and there are always two stories. But when tensions get exacerbated to the point as they did last year, then without there being a chance to resolve them, then that's a tragedy for the organizations and for the town. And what Rescue has proposed in their proposal is a recognition of the tension and a structure to try and avoid that in the future by having Rescue and the fire department and the medical director meet quarterly to discuss cases and procedures and policies. Very reasonable. And also a structure of mediation if issues arise that get stuck the way they did in the past, with both parties agreeing to pay for it. This, to me, is the rational, reasonable way of addressing natural tendencies between organizations to have conflict over time. So I hope that you will pay attention to that, because many of the ratings on the slide, the next table, are about that tension, stated in different ways, but they are basically about the fact that there's been this tension between the fire department and the town and Rescue in the past, and there's a reaction to that. So I want people to take a look at this and really think about that. Is there a way forward that is reasonable, rational, and takes into account personalities, but asks us all to ask in the best interest of the town and of the citizens and of our pocketbooks and as taxpayers? So that's what I hope happens. And I think that this discussion really shows the depth of some of that concern, our passion, and what we hope for in the future. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that comment. Okay. We're going to move on to the next table.
Good night.
Patrick? Oh, is this Patrick
Yeah,
again?
Patrick is going to step us through the financials here. And now this is where we're moving into comparing all of the different approaches and looking at them from a financial standpoint, and then also looking at a number of intangible issues, some of which we've already been talking about a little bit, but the staff's initial take on those, we're really looking for feedback on this. We're not sure we've got these right, so it would be helpful to get your thoughts on it.
Excellent. Thank you.
Well, thank you, John. Yeah, I will do my best to walk us through the attached financial comparison. This is updated, obviously, in the memo that was circulated earlier today from the work that was presented just 2 nights ago on Tuesday, in light of further conversations that have taken place between the town and AMR clarifying the flow of funds. So what I think I'm going to do is speak directly to AMR for a few minutes and then move on to Rescue and then move on to the municipal. As noted several times throughout the presentation this evening, the flow of funds of reimbursement revenue would end up with the town of Brattleboro. And so you'll notice that we've included both the low and the high revenue estimates in the AMR proposal, but we haven't included them at 100% the way that they are in the municipal model on the right-hand side. They're at 84%, and this is based on their decision to propose a single ambulance for the town of Brattleboro. based on the work that the fire department's done for the last 14 months or so, it's clear that 84% of the time, we only have one ambulance responding to an EMS call in Brattleboro. And if their proposal assumes but one ambulance to serve the town, then at best they can only garner 84% of the cases, 84% of the revenue. They would be relying upon mutual aid for the remaining 16% of the calls in Brattleboro. So the revenue is presented, the 703,000, the 791,000. Those are strictly just 84% of the two revenue numbers presented off on the municipal model. In addition, AMR has indicated that they would likely wish to use Brattleboro Central Dispatch to dispatch their ambulance. And so we suspect that somewhere around $110,625 based on the $36.37 that we were proposing, that revenue would come to the town, meaning that they would have a sort of a beneficial impact to the general fund of somewhere between $813,000 and $902,000. But there are costs that obviously go along with that, and some of these costs, you know, staff has tried our best to, if not make an apples to apples comparison, at least try and level the playing field to the degree possible. So when we look at the expenditures, we start off with a negative $71,000, and I just want to explain what that is. Earlier in this process, when we were rolling out information about the municipal model, we indicated that there wouldn't be a need to hire additional staff in the finance department were we to assume billing. And it's also important to recognize that the town, independent of anything going on with EMS, was heading on a trajectory that would have a reduction in staff in the finance department next year, down by 1 FTE from 6 down to 5. And so what we were saying at the time when we were rolling out the model is that, well, if we were to take on billing, it actually wouldn't change the staffing in the finance department. It could stay at 6 FTE and then obviously not have an impact to the general fund. As our research has continued, it's become pretty clear to us that we will plan to recommend to the select board that if they choose a municipal model, that we would recommend outsourcing billing. And so I'll get to that in a minute when we get over to the municipal side. But what that means is if we were to work with AMR, then the general fund in fiscal 25 would be able to see the full benefit of that reduction in staffing in the finance department. And between salaries and benefits, we estimate that at being a savings of about $71,000. The contract that AMR proposes for fiscal 25 is valued at $1.66 million. So that would be a new expense to the town. The current contract, which is with Golden Cross, would obviously go away. So that's a savings of $131,250, which is what's in the current fiscal 24 budget. With AMR proposing a fully dedicated model that doesn't involve BFD personnel to respond to EMS calls, there could conceivably be a reduction of 6 firefighters within Brattleboro Fire Department. And so that would provide a savings of about $561,000. And then lastly, we've taken a look at some other operating expenses that are in the general fund currently, things like medical oversight, things like medical supplies, things like the annual contribution to the capital fund to purchase new EKG machines. If Brattleboro Fire Department was not playing any role in EMS, then those things would no longer be necessary. And so when you take a look at the positive impacts and the negative impacts to the general fund with the AMR proposal, you see that somewhere between a cost of $35,000 and a savings of maybe $50,000 exist with the AMR proposal. AMR proposal is, of course, one ambulance to serve the town. All right, so we move on to the rescue proposal. This is a shared hybrid approach.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course, sir.
That it's just about this one. So the dispatch rate was based on a cost per call.
Yep.
$36.37.
Yep.
So given that they would be, well, is there any way that it could be 84% of that dispatch rate? Or
Yeah, I think that's probably
would that be
fair.
right?
Yeah.
Although those, I don't know. Just something to think about, and I don't think it makes a huge difference right
Although-
now. But
To
Ponder
be
it,
perfectly
ponder it.
honest, I'm not entirely sure about
And
that.
I'm not
Now,
entirely sure either.
The
I just
more I
wanna-
think about it, the call's got to go out.
Yeah.
They can respond to it 84% of the time.
Right. But they're going to be on the hook for a dispatch to mutual aid.
So the RFP went out and the response came back. We take full responsibility for ambulance personnel, equipment, dispatch, and so on. And we're going to use your dispatch.
Okay.
So they're going to pay for it.
Very good. Thank you.
I just have a question, Patrick, wondering whether 84% is the right way to go in terms of curtailing these numbers. If we got more clarification from AMR, instead of decreasing the number, maybe we should be inflating them all to account for a second ambulance. I mean, I understand that this is for illustrative purposes, but I think that if we get information from them, it might be better to scale up than to scale down.
I completely understand. I'm just dealing with the proposal as it has been presented to us at this time. I am fairly confident, given the conversation we had with AMR the other day, they would say this is what we would need for a second ALS unit. This is what we would need for a BLS unit, and they'd be happy to provide as many as we.
Right. And my colleague Daniel just pointed out to me that you will have this information for us by September 19th.
What it says here on the bottom of page 6 is, if additional information is received clarifying what's presented in Table 2, it will be updated for Select Board consideration on September 19th.
Yeah.
So
thank you both for that.
Yeah.
So we're dealing with the proposal that's in front of us at the time.
Yeah, understood.
So.
Okay, so we're going to keep moving on Table 2 to the rescue.
Yep, to the rescue column. So a little more simple to understand the rescue model in terms of finances. Reimbursement revenue would accrue to rescue. And rescue has indicated a desire to work with another dispatch, so there wouldn't be any dispatch income. We see that under the shared hybrid model, we would fully be able to receive the benefit of the reduction in scope in staffing in the finance department. The proposed contract for fiscal '25 with rescue would be $454,422. That would, of course, be reduced by eliminating the contract that we currently have with Golden Cross at $131,250. Staffing, we believe, would remain the same at 3 platoons of 8. There'd be no reduction in other operating costs, presumably because we would still be providing a hybrid model where BFD provides some first response. It appears that it would be a little bit more limited than in the previous arrangement. The increase to the general fund would be about $251,000. This, of course, could be reduced if the dispatch agreement came about. But as it stands, this would be an increase to the general fund of about $251,000. Lastly, the municipal model, and this is one that we've gone over probably several different times in several different ways over the course of this year. We have the reimbursement revenue obviously coming to the town. We've developed two different estimates based on closely monitoring Golden Cross's reimbursement versus utilizing our new knowledge of our payer mix, and with an assumption for certain billing rates, we've been able to recognize a potential revenue of about $942,000 on the high end. So that would be the revenue. With the expense side, we wouldn't be able to fully realize all of the savings from a reduction in the finance department, in part because we would need to purchase a billing service. The most recent quote that we've received was about $35,000 for that service. And so that leaves a savings in the finance department of about $36,000. There wouldn't be a fiscal 25 contract. We would be eliminating the fiscal 24 contract. As has been noted previously, we would be adding 6 firefighters and an EMS supervisor, a total of 7 new employees. That would cost an additional $717,000. And there's a range of other operating expenses, including capital equipment replacement, provider assessment, oxygen, disposing of biological materials, additional supplies and fuel and things of that nature that have been covered in previous meetings. What that leads is an impact to the general fund in fiscal 25 of somewhere between a reduction of about $50,000 to $150,000. Of course, it's important to recognize that those are not hard numbers. Those are based on certain assumptions and based on some decisions that you all get to make when you're ready to do so. So that would be the financial component of this particular slide. And then we move down potentially and take a look at what we've called the intangibles.
And that's going to be, John's going to speak on that.
Yeah, I'll try to go quickly.
And can we pause for a second? Can I check in with the interpreters? Because I can never remember exactly what time they can go till. I hope it's not 10 o'clock.
Hey, Janet, can you shoot me a text?
I want to say it's 10:30, and so I want to make sure that people have opportunity to speak on all the things. So I just want to.
You know, I suppose the other thing I could do is ask Janet to unmute.
Thanks. That's quicker. I started typing, but I'm not quick.
Of course.
Here. I don't know about the other interpreter, so I think we need to ask her too. We're both Janet's, but it's her first time interpreting this meeting. I'm actually doing okay right now, so I probably could go till 11 or 11:30, but I don't want to speak for the.
For the sake of the public, I'm going to try not to keep us here to 11:30. But I'm glad that we have a little bit more leeway till than 10:30. So thank you. Yeah.
Time. What are you thinking of an end time?
Let's try for 10:45. 30 minutes I think will give us enough time to get through this and hear from the public and to hear from the board. So
and let me just ask the other Janet, can you just sign yes or no as to being able to stay till 10:45?
And let me just express again my deep gratitude for all of the work you're doing. It's greatly appreciated. So, okay, I apologize for breaking up the flow. In that case, we're gonna go through the second set of the table so that we can then get to questions and comments. So, over to you, John.
Okay, and so there are a bunch, as Patrick said, there are a bunch of other considerations besides the economics of this that the board is going to want to consider, and we tried to evaluate these, at least start to evaluate them in some way and give you a sense of what the staff was thinking that it would be. These are laid out starting on page 77 of your packet from Tuesday night meeting. And in each of them, we try to give a sense of, is there either a low uncertainty or risk surrounding that issue for a particular model, or is it medium, or is it high risk or high uncertainty? That's sort of the way we went about this. On revenue, the first one is revenue, and on that, generally we were thinking that the models that are depicted for you that depend on the higher estimate of revenues from the payer mix model that Patrick put together would have slightly elevated risk or uncertainty. So we called that medium for those two, the AMR one at the higher rate and the municipal EMS one at the higher rate. The rest have sort of less risk around them. And in the case of rescue, really none. You would know that that would all be handled by the rescue and not an issue, or that we wouldn't collect on a sort of planned revenue stream. The ongoing procurement need is high with the two proposals from the private companies, because while this would result in a 5-year contract, we'd have to do this whole process again 5 years from now and relook at putting it out to bid and figuring that out. No risk or uncertainty around that in the municipal side. In terms of interorganizational coordination, that is going to be low in the AMR case because there would be minimal interactions with fire department. There would be some, but it would be segregated away from EMS. The interorganizational coordination with the rescue proposal, we're calling it medium. There would be some uncertainty, some potential risk there. And low because in the municipal approach, because there would be no handoffs or transition of care, which is the next one, and that's handled pretty much the same way. Under quality control and assurance, there is less quality control available to the town. Under the contracted approaches, everything has to be handled through a contract, and as someone from the public mentioned, sometimes even what's in writing doesn't happen, and that can be an issue, particularly in a contracted service. It's low in the municipal approach because it would all be handled through the chain of command. In terms of setting rates and establishing policies, we called that medium risk for the contracted ones, again, because you're working through a third party in terms of establishing the board having the ability to establish any policies, and under the municipal approach, you would have full control over that. So we considered that a low risk. Customer service, likewise, if a citizen had an issue with the ambulance service that was provided under the contracted approaches, that would be a medium risk because that person with an issue that might come to the select board and say, I got terrible service, you would have to then work back through the contractors to get any satisfaction on that. With the municipal approach, we consider that low risk because you would have direct control through the chain of command. In terms of the likely loss of EMS talent to the town, we consider that high in the two contracted approaches because it would be more difficult at that point for the fire service to recruit and retain personnel for paramedic or AEMT level under the two contracted approaches. There would be lower risk of that in the municipal approach. Accountability and transparency, again, is similar to quality control or setting policy. That's the kind of thing that under the municipal approach would be low risk because the board would have direct ability to be accountable to the public and be transparent with your approach, just like we have been through this whole process. Under the contracted versions, there would be some risk there that information wouldn't be transparent, wouldn't be available to the public, and that the private services might not be as accountable as we could be under the municipal approach. Response times, high risk on the two proposals under the RFP, and that's generally based on the information that we have at this time. We just don't know what to expect on either of the contracted proposals, as has been discussed earlier tonight. So that's considered a high risk and a high uncertainty. Under the municipal approach, we have a demonstrated response time that we feel is a standard that the community supports and could continue to be met with a municipal EMS approach. Startup costs, low risk, low uncertainty, low need in either of the contracted proposals. There was no need expressed by either of the proposers for any startup costs. And under the municipal EMS approach, as you know, there would be a need to capitalize ambulances and also additional staff. So that is a quick overview of all those issues. Like I say, they're explained in a lot more detail, starting on page 77 of your packet. Again, not sure we got these all right, but it's kind of our first stab at this, and we really would appreciate any feedback. So.
Great. Thank you very much, John and Patrick, for the presentation. Yeah, and so these subjective ones that are a little harder, non-tangibles, if the board, hearing from the public, wants to change these around some for additional consideration on the 19th, then that's totally our prerogative, and I think is understandable because I actually, when I was reviewing it, kind of found myself sort of going back and forth sometimes, especially with the terminology using high, low, medium on each of these. It's like a little tricky. But with that, Daniel?
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the work that's gone into it, and how I understand this document is like it's an attempt to help the select board and the public kind of look at things other than numbers. Most of the numbers are money, but not all of them. And like it's subjective and it's not perfect, like classifying risk and uncertainty. Yeah, it's a judgment call, and like it's uncertainty. Like you're gonna get it wrong sometimes. I guess what I want to say is like I appreciate it, but I also want to recognize its limitations, and still say that it's before this document existed, I was already thinking about, okay, there are other things here beside money and operations. There's stuff that is impacting a future decision that you can't put a number on. I mean, I would say, let me just begin with the biggest number for me, which is the ARPA expense, right? That is a big number. And like, it's the one piece of the municipal approach that I have the least happiness with, and I'll wrestle with that, I guess, and I'll keep wrestling with it as I have been doing. The revenue model, I've mentioned this a few times. The revenue model like has a sound methodology, but there's uncertainty. We cannot predict how many calls we will have. We cannot predict fluctuations in payer mix. We cannot predict, reimbursements. I mean, there's some hope, I guess, that like at the federal level, Medicare and Medicaid reimbursements will improve. I don't imagine they will get worse over time. So that's a risk that I'm weighing for the municipal approach, and I guess also for the AMR proposal as well. And then the other two pieces of it that are critical for me are the interorganizational coordination and transition of care. And these are two things that, frankly, haven't said much about sitting at this table, because they're about relationships between fire department and rescue that up until last week, I didn't even know if it was going to be something that we need to talk about, because I didn't know if there was going to be a proposal, right? And so what I need really to understand between now and the 19th is the truth of the matter, and I'm not asking for it right here. I'm I need to understand potentials for, resolving that. I also need to understand whether or not it can be resolved in a manner that is sufficient to meet the needs of the people in this town who are calling for an ambulance, because that's what this is about. Like, I think sometimes we forget about that. So that's what I need by the 19th. I'm not going to expand too much on any of that just now, but I just wanted to kind of be clear with the public, because I haven't really spoken about the intangibles because it wasn't really germane up until a few days ago. And you've heard some of the things that I'm still wrestling with.
Thank you, Daniel. Franz.
I just want to tag a little bit onto that. I really appreciate those comments, Daniel. The one thing that, I'll tell you what, let me put it off for a little bit. I'll come back to it later.
Okay, Peter.
Yeah. So just to speak to one point about the call volume of ambulances, it's been explained to me that it's the volume of calls is plus or minus 1%, as it's been explained to me. So if that's
not a major concern of mine.
No, but I know, but you mentioned it, so I thought I would speak to it. So there is that, and I do think, and I want to thank you for saying one of the things that I was also going to say. A lot of what we're dealing with gets hung up in finances, but I think that the intangibles are kind of where I'm at in the response, and it's really not so much about the money, although I am concerned about the money. I'm not saying that I'm not, but I think we need to know, once again, that emotional moment where you dial 911. I really don't think anybody is thinking how much is this going to cost the town, even though that gets presented from time to time. It's about serving the citizens of Brattleboro. So yeah, I appreciate you saying that, Daniel.
Great. Thank you, Peter. Liz.
So Daniel mentioned the issues of transition of care, and that's central to my decision-making. And I think that we have allowed the public to hear rescue's narrative. And I think it's important, if we truly want the public to understand our decision-making, both a year and a half ago and now, we need to have a discussion of what I believe rescue's relationship with the Brattleboro Fire Department really has been, and that I would not let continue. And so there needs to be a presentation by our staff of the history of this relationship and its probable causes and issues. And I know I will no longer accept rescue's control of this narrative.
Okay. Other board members? Franz.
Yeah, the thing I want to throw in is that the part of the discussion about interorganizational coordination and transition of care is that we have a responsibility not to put town employees into a toxic work environment. So that it's really our responsibility to make sure that whatever the work environment is or is going to be, that's been sorted out. We can't finesse this. We can't say, oh, maybe it'll be okay. We have to know that the right pieces are in place, that we can tell the town staff, hey, we've got it worked out in a good way. You're going to be all right. And if we can't say that, then I think we don't have a basis for moving forward with any particular presentation. So it's been on my mind a lot, is what's fair to the to the people we employ here, and how do we make sure that we've done the right thing by them.
Is that speaking in favor of Liz's request, or?
It's related to, I hear what Liz said, and I think we should have a discussion of these issues. I haven't, personally thought about having a presentation from staff on it, so I have no comment on that at this point.
I think I'm going to need to see 3 head nods on that request if we're going to do that. We're not going to do it now, obviously, but yeah.
I would just be very clear that like there are, all kinds of legal pitfalls, right? Of public discussion of HR stuff, right? And so we will consult with the town attorney, I would assume. I think I understand where Liz's request is coming from, right? Because this is a bunch of stuff that can't be talked about, but it's really important in decision-making. So that's a really hard spot to be in as a public figure, to have these things that are like, this is probably going to be a big piece of whatever decision I make, but hey, I can't tell you about it. That's a tough spot. And so I would like some clear guidance from the town attorney.
But is that speaking in favor of Liz's request or not?
If the town attorney deems that it's doable, then yes.
Okay, that's 2. You guys can think about it a little longer as we talk about it, but. So other discussion on this, on table 2, the financials and the non-tangible charts?
I had some really
You had some
important.
point. I was giving you a moment because I knew you had something to say.
I've got
I'm gonna open it up to
really important point to make,
Okay,
and
what-
as soon as I remember it, I'm going to.
Okay, let's hear from the public. We've got 2 hands in Zoom, but I also know we have hands in the room, and I definitely am going to hear from Kate O'Connor first because
Yay,
quietly.
Been waiting.
Thank you, Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. First, I just have to mention the big bugaboo that I have, and you've heard this, is that I just want to make sure that everybody understands that the financial numbers are just the impact to the FY25 general fund.
Yeah.
It's not expenses, it's not revenues, and it has nothing to do with what's moving forward. That's my big bugaboo. And I have the highest respect for town staff, but I totally disagree with the high, low, medium chart. And I did send a memo to everybody.
Yeah.
I think, and again, I feel really bad saying this, but it's very subjective. There are assumptions made that just have no basis, evidence. And, to what Liz and Daniel are both saying, it really is, when it's the interorganizational coordination and transition of care. And for me, I was sort of disappointed that the answer was high risk for rescue, just because it made me think the town has given up. So I hope the town hasn't given up on what that relationship is. And I think you use likely loss of EMS talent. I think the question needs to be, how do the providers rate on being able to retain or hire and retain workforce? I think that's an actual better question than will people leave if we use rescue or AMR. The other question I'm interested in knowing, and I know this is a hot button and I'm going to ask it again later, is where does public opinion weigh on this? We just had the 2 fire chiefs from Springfield and South Burlington both say it's what the citizens want. So I'm just wondering, that's not here on an intangible anywhere. But I sent everybody a memo. I won't go through it all. But again, I appreciate what town staff has done, but I wish it's just too subjective and too many assumptions that are made. But I really appreciate it, the effort.
Yeah.
So.
and I hear that. I think it's a very fair point. And I think probably if you had, I was thinking about this before the meeting, like if you had presented this as a blank slate, right, and you were like, okay, rank all of these medium, low, and high through all of these all of these different potential proposals, I think you wouldn't have a single one that would be the same, right? Because like every single person would like, ha, and you would get it differently. So I think it's a fair point. We got lots of. Can I give John? I'll give John an opportunity to respond.
I just wanted to defend the town staff work a little bit. And I appreciate the point from Kate. But really, I do agree that it is subjective, but it was more, this is not a formula. I mean, no one's putting this into some sort of algorithm and it's going to spit out the answer. But we wanted to make sure that all of the issues that each of these 5 members are going to need to process in their own minds as to how these intangibles fit under each of these models were at least listed out. And, it's the staff's take on this. Other people have different opinions, and that's fine, and that's great, and we should talk about that. But it's really the 5 of you that are going to have to weigh all of these issues, including things like public opinion, when you come to a decision on the 19th.
Liz?
I just want to make a comment that I believe that this chart is an effort, and this whole discussion is an effort to present to the public the decision-making that the select board generally does in private. And so understanding all of the factors that go into our decision and presenting it to the public is, this is an exercise. And we are attempting to, and our staff has done a fine job of presenting to the public all the factors that go into our decision. And again, so that you could understand where we're all coming from in making this decision. But again, this decision is the select board's to make under the charter.
Daniel, and then Franz, you've been up.
Thanks.
Okay. And then I want to get to the people who have their hands up in Zoom. And in the room too. I'm working against the clock here.
I want to respond to Kate's question and answer it. So you're asking where does the public's opinion kind of rank in here? And it's a piece of it, right? And there are a number of things to consider. One is that we live in a really small place, and I know some of you, right? And you know me, and can we live with each other, whatever decision is made? That's a real thing. And it's actually very meaningful to me. The second thing that's, I think, less meaningful to this select board member is will I get reelected? I don't care. That's not what it's about. I'm not going to run for reelection in 2 years' time, probably anyway. I will have done 6 years. That's plenty. So I'm not doing this work in order to win some votes, And then the third thing is it's pretty clear to me that the vocal majority in this town would like us to have 6 months ago, just negotiated a contract with Rescue, and that's fine. I understand that, and I understand where most of those people are coming from. So what I've got to weigh is, well, that doesn't quite necessarily sit with where I'm coming from, in large part due to intangibles, but some of it's financial, But the financial stuff is largely uncertain with the municipal model. So would I be willing to vote in a way that's against what my personal opinion is about the best thing to do, because the public is showing me, at least the folks that show up and send me emails, right? I don't hear from most people. Would I be willing to do what they want rather than what I think is the right thing? That's what I've got to weigh, and I think that's what all select board members weigh in every decision, and you've weighed it in your time as well. So I don't want to say that public opinion is the only thing, because that would just be untrue. There's multiple things at play here, but it's absolutely a piece of it. And I also think I want to just remind folks that it's partly about being able to live with one another in the community. We're not in bubbles. When I bump into Bob in the street and he's mad at me, that's meaningful. Doesn't mean I'm going to just kind of put my brain somewhere else and just do what Bob says, but it's meaningful that members of my community are angry at me in the street.
I think it was Franz. and if you keep it brief so we can hear from the public.
Indeed. What he said.
I know. I'm very aware. Okay.
I think Daniel put that very eloquently. I'm concerned about, I think, all those same things. I wish people would believe that we're taking this very seriously. And we are weighing evidence, and we've been doing that for months. And that this is not something trivial. It's not something that we take lightly. And we're really working on it. And I certainly want to hear from people what their opinions are. The idea that I'm not listening to the public, and that's a tough thing for me to hear, because I've really worked hard to do that. What Daniel had to say, I think, is exactly right. And I think we're doing a good job on this, and that we're going to come to a good decision.
Peter?
I wanted to go back to something Daniel and Liz both talked about is some of the knowledge that goes into our decision-making that we can't talk about. And I think that is an important piece that is driving the bus on a lot of this conversation, that we can't talk. So I think you said you needed a third nod for that. And if you would just frame what that looks like for me.
What a nod looks like?
No, I know what a nod looks like.
So Liz had requested that some kind of presentation be given to the select board. I'm assuming at the next select board meeting on the 19th about sort of, I don't really quite know, you phrased it as interagency.
Characterizing the relationship.
Characterizing the relationship between the fire department and rescue. And so I asked for if there were 3 head nods. Instead of putting it to, I'm happy to put it to a formal vote. I just don't think it's necessary.
I think, I think with that, and as this board knows and sits and listens to me, in these meetings, getting very frustrated because it feels like everybody sitting there is like we're making a decision in a vacuum, which we are not. We are not making a decision in a vacuum here. So I will give you
a third head nod.
Your third head nod.
Okay, that's 3. So you can
Can I still
consider.
give a head nod? Is that okay?
Okay, so you got 4.
That's too late.
Okay, so was there more to that, Peter?
Nope.
Okay. So can I go to anyone else on?
I just want to throw in what Daniel said about the head nods, which is, talk to town attorney and make sure it gets done in a acceptable way.
Will be.
Yeah.
It would.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're prepared to do that. We can do it. So you want to hear about that on the meeting of the 19th then?
If there was opportunity for it to be sooner.
Thank you.
There probably isn't.
What about the forum?
We would be prepared to do it tonight if you wanted, or we could do it on the 19th.
What about on the 12th? What if the 12th was a select board meeting?
What if we warned Pat?
That's how we're gonna get it warned.
Oh, that's.
Well,
It
either
wouldn't
it is a
stand
select
for
board meeting or isn't,
Okay, so can we go to people?
I do, if I could just.
I don't.
I know, let me just say.
I kind of
I understand that, but I understand that.
That there are people who have
I understand that. Let me just get this out. Let me spit this out. I think I also don't feel it's fair that they find out about the information that we've known about on the same night we have to make a decision.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So can we do? I think it's Fidel.
It looks like David Levenbach.
That's Levenbach.
Okay.
He's a big communist.
Thank you. This could be a table 1 question.
Oh boy.
But I'm very sorry.
David.
Oh, yeah, it's KTEL best hits.
David.
District 3, by the way. The 15% of the calls that AMR may not be able to handle would go to mutual aid. What kinds of provisions are there in place for mutual aid? Who would provide that? And is it possible some of that would be done by the fire department, in which case some of they might need an ambulance of their own, they might need operating supplies, it might affect the platoon size. Thank you.
Okay, I think that may just be a question that we could direct to AMR, or not.
Well,
Yeah.
they have to scale. We have
Let's
to
start
find
there.
prices for them to scale up.
Right. It would be basically, I mean, they would charge us for additional ambulances and that would be over and above the costs they've already quoted. I think that's where it would land ultimately. So,
yeah.
I mean, is it safe to say that the select board is not in favor of having a dedicated model with just one ambulance?
Yeah.
I don't think we're making a decision.
We're not making a decision tonight. So,
It didn't sound like there was a lot of enthusiasm for it.
yeah, I'm gonna keep with the people on Zoom because they been waiting the longest. So the next one was Cece or Carol? I don't know.
Carol.
Great.
Hello,
Hello.
hi. Not sure if you'll be able to see me.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
All right, let me. This is Carol from Brattleboro. I was there earlier, Carol McManus. Needed a little AC, got home, lost power, so now I'm sitting. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, first off, whoa, a lot of information. I'm trying so hard to be objective. In other words, I'm really trying not to wear my heart on my sleeve. This is a lot of information that last minute. I want to say a couple of comments and then a question. First off, I'm not going to drag y'all through the mud. Those of you that were on the board before this decision was made, there was a decision made by the select board about the sign for the Winter Carnival, that flashy thing downtown. And it was quickly brought to Facebook and group members to say, hey, they declined it. We really want this to happen. And they are willing to reconsider it. Then Rescue Inc. came up very shortly after that, and there was no room for discussion with us. There was plenty of opportunity back then. If you wanted to, kudos to you, for Liz, for now bringing it up. But I think it's a little bit too close to the 19th. It's coming right up. There's a lot of things that were put out there this evening that you're going to be making a decision. And as you say, you're going to be making the decision. And I do have a problem with that a little bit, but, and I heard all of you say that, yeah, you do weigh in public opinion. You are public servants. I'm sorry. You are my neighbors. You are my acquaintances. Some of you I am friends with on Facebook or whatever. Some of you I've known for a long, long time. And I appreciate all the work. I really, truly hope that those aren't just words. We're going to take in public opinion views. And it's not just opinions. A lot of us have done research. I've been listening to and I've been reading about members of our community taking notes diligently, doing the work. And their views are based on, they're informative. They've done the work. It's not emotional only. They may have emotions in there. I don't know. But they're educated views. And they're speaking for a large majority of the community. I'm not going to tell you which way I would go if I were in your shoes. But I will ask you to consider this. And here's where my question comes. Could you please at least let us know, because I would love to be a fly in the wall when you're all meeting and talking about this. Could you at least, and Daniel started to do that. He did a very nice job of that. Could you tell us what you need from us between now and then, or what you're, just like generalize it, summarize it. You don't have to do it tonight, but at least put it in an email, whatever. What is it that you already made your mind up? What do you need to sway you in one way or the other, or whatever? Just not all this other stuff. This is a lot of information. Just like 5 things. I need this. That would be very much appreciated. I again want to express I appreciate all your service work, everyone there, people running the cameras, the sound, all of you that showed up, all of you on Zoom, the opportunity to be able to come this evening because I couldn't have stayed for the whole. It's 11 o'clock at night. There's no way. And if you had done your meeting last, on Tuesday as planned, then, I wouldn't have been able to participate. I couldn't stay for the whole thing. Anyway, again, thank you enough out of this resident. And I look forward to hearing from you again.
Okay, thank you. I want to hear from CC, and then let's hear from a couple of members of the public. I know we're already over the 10:45 deadline. Janet's, are we okay to go a little longer? Give me thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Great. Okay, so we're going to keep going for a bit longer. CC?
Hi there, Carolyn Conrad, also known as CC, Brattleboro. I have 2 comments and an offer. The financials are very interesting. One thing I want to point out is they do not include the upstart costs of funding the municipal option. The purchasing of ambulances, the purchasing of equipment. I understand they're trying to compare apples to apples, but the reality is there's a 3-year ramp up period where a huge capital investment needs to be made in order to make the municipal model work. So I want to make sure that that's being taken into consideration as those bottom line numbers. The other thing is the process is interesting to me because we're hearing information on 2 RFPs, but at the same time, you're not deciding between 2 RFPs, you're deciding between whether or not to pick one of the RFPs or to stay with the model that the select board has already put in motion. So I don't know how those, because it's not 3 RFPs, an RFP from Brat Fire Municipal, an RFP from Rescue, an RFP from AMR. It's the 2, and then the municipal is kind of there. And my offer, and I made this offer at the Rescue Inc. Information session, and I will make it to the select board. I am a certified mediator, and I am happy to offer my services at no cost to the select board, fire department, and Rescue Inc. Now, I understand that I could not serve as the mediator because I have a history with Rescue Inc. However, I would be happy to work to select someone and work with someone to be a neutral party to come to resolution for those items which shall not be named, so to speak, that were alluded to earlier. And I'm happy to do that as my civic duty to the community.
Great. Thank you very much, CC. Okay. I think, I'm not really sure who had their hand up first. All right. I think Dora, and then, yeah, just get your hands up a little higher so I can see them. Everyone's like going like this,
Try not to take up too much of the Janet's times. Dora Bubelis, Brattleboro. Just to piggyback on Kate's comment about the subjectivity of this little chart. I think history disproves And you guys are giving yourselves way too much credit in the category of accountability and transparency. The fact of the matter is there are ebbs and flows, and it's based on who's serving at the time, who the staff are, who the appointed parties are, as to how accountable and transparent a body is. If you ask a lot of people in this room if they feel that the select board has been accountable and transparent about this issue for the last year and a half, a lot of us would say no. You would probably say you are. So if at best I would say medium, because it's all subjective based on that. And the other things are, if it's a business, it's legal, so you have access to that information. I also want to say that there's been sort of a lot of allusions toward a rescue being a nonprofit board and that it's a private entity. They base their board governance on the same ways that all of the regional entities that this town is a part of. Wyndham Regional, Wyndham Solid Waste District, BCTV has the same governance structure. So to see that it's some sort of outlier that they make their decisions, every entity in this community, the school boards that are based on a per capita funding system, all do the same thing. So I'm not sure what we're in a dither about how the board makes its decisions. It's a mission-driven organization, just like any nonprofit, and it has a governing structure that's similar to everything that we're a part of.
Okay, thank you, Dora. Yes.
I just got Sandy from Brattleboro. I just kind of want to go along Cece's line. I think you need to get a mediator that does not include anyone on the board, a mediator that meets with rescue and the fire department so that they can iron out what their problems are, and then the mediator can report back to you. You're not really telling us what the problems are, but apparently it has to do between those two organizations.
Great, thank you, Sandy. Who else? Yep. And then I see Bob and then Dick.
I guess I feel sad that we're at this point. And I am kind of startled by Liz's suggestion that maybe it's time to sort of lay out all the dirt from the town's point of view. And I don't mean dirt, I just mean the issues of conflict. And I think that I wish that this had happened last year and that the tensions could have been resolved through some kind of mediated discussion, reasonable, where people really stepped up. So to suggest that at this point in time, the select board will have a presentation in which they present their side of the tension and the problems between rescue and the board, I think is not, I'm just kind of appalled by it. If you're going to have a conversation like that, then have the other parties involved too, and do it publicly. But let's hear two sides of the story, not just one that is obviously very intense and personal for you, because you clearly feel very strongly about it, but it's not fair for the public to have to witness that without hearing the other side of the story. So I'm just sad that we've come to this, because we are a community. We are neighbors. And to have it come to be this kind of an intense, I won't ever work with rescue, when they are definitely appreciated and all the other towns are able to work with them, is a little sad. But I acknowledge that there are personalities and there's conflict. But do we have to resolve them in this kind of a way? I'm just disappointed.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just note that it's not a unanimous opinion on that one. So Bob had his hand up first, and then Dick.
Bob Ozer, very quickly. Please warn the September 12th meeting so that 3 of you at least can attend and talk about the issues. Your first motion can be to suspend the rules and then go into a forum or do whatever you want. But at least legally, 3 of you will be there and you can talk about the issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. And Dick? And then Carol, I see your hand up, and we will get to you in just a moment.
Thank you. I was really disappointed, Liz, with your comment. You were the chair of the board when all of this broke loose. I was on the board for 8 years. I've been in politics in town since 1992, 93. I think Tim was a chair. Kate was a chair. I've asked all these people, did you ever hear of anything when you were on the board about issues between rescue and Brat Fire? And it was always a big no. Big, big no. And I'm going, well, everybody seems to be telling me that rescue and fire aren't getting along. And I said, never rose to my level. Kate was after me and Tim was after Kate. And you were in charge, Liz. And why you did not stop it, and there's 3 of you that were on the board when this all broke. And why, and you had a town manager and Mr. Elwell, who I guess must have been aware, and not to address these issues is really disturbing to me as someone who lives in the community, who supports the employees wholeheartedly. I didn't have the chief under me when I was on the board, but I had Mr. Bukasi and Mr. Emery, 2 fine chiefs, and I never heard anything from them. And so I think it's really disappointing to get to this point where one side is going like this, and this should have been resolved 2 years ago. And there's stuff that you know that I don't know, and there's stuff that Rescue talks about that you don't know. Nobody has all the pieces to the puzzle. That's the sad part about this. So everybody makes their own assumptions. But this should have been addressed as you were the chair. And I'm really disappointed that you didn't do that.
Let's just keep.
But the reality is, I get to have that opinion. I don't dislike Liz. I'm disappointed in her for not addressing this issue back then, because I look at the time and the energy and the money that has gone into this and other things in the community that have been put aside that are a hell of a lot more important than what this discussion is about, because the product that we had prior was a very good product. Brat Fire does an excellent job and Rescue did an excellent job, and now it's all up in the air. And why? Because of a personality conflict that we couldn't get resolved. And that's shame on everybody.
Okay. Thank you. Let's just keep it very.
He's attacked me.
Very brief.
Let me just say that there are prior select board members who came to me and said, yeah, I've known about this problem for years. Then Peter Elwell took me to the meeting in September when I was chair to alert me to the conflict and to tell me that this was brewing. But then we all got the letter from Rescue that laid out the poor relationship. And I was aware of it, and it was in that letter. And people choose not to look at that letter. I can't help that.
So can we keep the side comment? I'm not actually referring to you right now. I really understand that this could all devolve down real low, okay? I'd like to maybe keep it not there. I think that one of the things I've appreciated about the conversation this evening is we've remained very civil and had a pretty productive conversation. We are all here trying to do the best for the town of Brattleboro. All of us are here trying to do the best for the town of Brattleboro, okay? We're all on the same side, actually. And so I want to remind us of that when this gets tense, all right? So I see hands going up right away to react to stuff. We had a back and forth there for a minute. Let's end it there on that. And let's hear from Carol on her question. And then let's take any final. It's unrelated. Okay, Dorothy, I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's hear from Carol. And then let's hear any final comments from people from the community, and then we'll hear from the board. I'm also welcome to have a formal vote on Liz's request after the comments if you would prefer. It's up to you guys. Carol.
Hi again, Carol McManus from Brattleboro.
Okay,
just
Carol, I'm just going to ask you to keep this pretty brief because you've already
I-
spoken at length.
Yep, and thank you so much for all the work you do. I really like how you handle it, and I do intend on keeping it brief.
Thanks.
I just want to also say, before I make my final comment, is that I really appreciate everyone else stepping up and reiterating what we've all been saying outside of the room and what my comment was. And it's pretty sad that we come to this. And I want to empathize that I'm trying to keep my emotions out of it. And I want to remind people something you all know, and this applies to all businesses, relationships, whatever, wherever I've been taught, and I am trying to practice that it's principles before personalities. And that applies to the relationship between Rescue Inc. and Fire Department, all of us. So with that, I'll end. Know that you're loved. Have a blessed evening. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, Carol. Dora?
So this is actually related to the motion, just because I'm going to put my select board, this is what I do.
There's no pending motion.
The request. So if you're going to go down this route, you really need to confer with the League of Cities and Towns about this, and not Bob, because he's not an expert in this. Because you're going down a rabbit hole, which could really, really put the town and yourselves in legal jeopardy. And it just is not a good idea.
Okay, thank you, Dora. Any other? Tim? And then we'll hear from...
Yeah, we should.
I know.
I just want to lend my support to the idea that going down the route of offering a different narrative, while I think personally it would be a wonderful thing and it would explain a lot of things to people that have a lot of questions about what happened back then, I think what we should be doing here forward, and what you should be doing, is really deciding what the proper EMS model is for the town of Brattleboro. And I think the 2 points I want to make is, one, if we had not switched helpers, if we had not switched from Rescue Inc. to Golden Cross, every single one of you knows that we would not have the data to know that municipal fire EMS is possible. You probably also remember that 16 months ago I wrote an opinion piece about what we would gain if we went towards fire EMS. Pretty much everything I said is still true and is still my opinion. So I'm a supporter of fire EMS. I think the past year has taught us that it's a good model for Brattleboro. We have many towns. It's not like we're reinventing the wheel. And I'm asking you to set aside whatever happened, and a lot has happened. And Dick, I'm sorry, I did know for 6 years on the select board that there was a major problem. I knew it from day 5. So it's been around, and I don't think it matters anymore, because even if we got to the point of really kumbaya and just really getting along, and I have great respect for rescue, as all of you do too. It's just that sometimes relationships don't work, and that a model is better for a town than a different model. I believe fire EMS is best for Brattleboro, and I believe the partnership with Golden Cross has proved that over the last year. And I don't think it's that much of a leap to get there and have, as the chief said tonight, a lot more control, a lot more destiny for what happens in our town. So I think that should be the focus, not looking back on the past, because, well, I won't come to any of those meetings because it'll be PTSD, as you can imagine. But really, can't we focus on what's important? And that is what is the best model going forward for Brattleboro. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Tim. So, Liz, I'm just going to have you make a formal motion so we can have a vote on it.
We'll have to discuss it.
I understand.
I move to have a discussion of the transition of care and, what was that other phrase? Interorganizational cooperation by the staff after reviewing our legal options.
Okay, so Liz has made a motion. Discussion. It's just the same. If you want to repeat it one more time.
Sure. I move that we have a discussion of the transition of care and intergovernmental coordination, interagency coordination by the town staff in recognition of consultation with town attorney.
Okay, so discussion board. Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, it's not something I'm excited to talk about, frankly. The only reason, and I wish that this could have been brought up, because what I'm seeing in this room tonight is like people are reacting in a way that, like, yeah, I reacted a while back, and like held it all. So I think it's really important that we recognize that the only reason I believe Elizabeth is asking for this and that I'm supporting it is because it's a really critical piece of the decision making. And I want everyone to have the same pieces of information so that we can all be on the same page. And I recognize that there's probably things I don't know, right? There's probably quite a lot of things I don't know. Let's be real. And so what I've been wanting to do as we move towards this decision point is know absolutely as much as I need to know in order to make a responsible decision. That's all I want to do. It's not about, dragging people through the mud, and I don't want to expose the town to a lawsuit, right? So like we absolutely need to have our ducks in a row with that. And that will mean, and that like there's like limitations, right? So like we'll probably need to weigh whether or not this is sensible. But it's currently this amateur's wish so that I can best explain myself to the community.
Great, thank you, Daniel. Other board members?
I mean,
You can, if you want to just reiterate or.
yeah, it's not a reiteration. I mean, I just feel like if we don't let everybody know what we know, it's just hard. It's just hard for me. I can't, so, I mean, I thank Liz for bringing it up. I thank Daniel for backing it up. And, I think we just need to work to get everybody all the information that we know.
Franz?
Time's up.
Hasn't even started yet. I think that our current timeline does not permit this to take place in an adequate fashion.
I think that we can modify the timeline to ensure that if the will of the board is to move forward with this, and I'll be clear, I think I've heard that the board wants this, if this is where the board wants to go, they want it to be in a meeting that happens prior to the decision. We will need to probably modify the schedule if that's the case. And that, we'll make sure that it's all very clear. I don't want to talk about it yet until there's a vote, but we'll get to that after this. So just to be clear though.
Yeah, so I don't think it's wrong to undertake this effort, but I think it has to be done well. It has to be done carefully. I agree that there's more than one side to the story that would need to be heard. And it's important that it would all be done in the service of seeing if there's a resolution to the relationship problems. So to me, it would be, how are we going to do this in such a way that it actually would enable us to very seriously consider the possibility of an agreement with rescue? Other than that, I'm not sure what the benefit is. So these are pretty unformed thoughts that I have, and they kind of pull in different directions. But I think if we're gonna do this, it's gonna take time. I don't know how much time, and And I think then it might be beneficial, but only if it's leading in the direction of some resolution, not if it's leading in the direction of justifying past events or settling scores. So I can support it, but I think it's a very big step to undertake at this point in the discussion.
Great. Thank you very much, Franz. I'm the last to speak on it. Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea. So I'll be voting against this. I think that we can be looking forward. We have a lot of information to consider when it comes to municipal models. I'm not interested in dragging any agency through the mud. I don't see a way that we have a conversation like that in an open meeting that's going to be productive. And it's honestly against legal advice that we do it. So, and you all know that. So, I don't think it's going to be a productive part of this discussion. And I'm talking. If it sounds like it's the will of the board, which is fine, and we'll figure out how to do it in a way that protects the town as much as it can. So I think unless there's any further discussion, yes, Liz?
Are you telling us that it can't be done?
No, I'm not saying that. No.
So I think, if I could just weigh in, I think that if council really strongly cautions us against releasing this information, then I think we should also be willing to listen to that side of the argument as well. So if we're going to ask, going to ask our council if we can discuss this stuff in an open format. I agree with you.
We've been advised.
Melee that will ensue.
Okay. So I want to remind the board, you've been advised not to.
Yeah.
By our legal counsel already. Okay. So, but you would like to partake and go down this path anyways. Okay. Now I understand that advice is advice. And so we can move forward to this in a way to try to keep it legal. And that's fine. I'm just reminding the board of the advice that was given to us before you make your vote. Liz.
Then I'll rescind my motion.
Oh my God.
I mean, I understood
If we were sitting,
that there was a path forward to bring the major tenets of this discussion to the public.
Yes, that is true.
And that's what I want.
Okay. All right. Yes, I'm not disagreeing with that. And so, okay. All right. In that case, did you have your hand up, Daniel?
No, I mean, that's kind of how I understood it from...
To move forward in a way that's, yeah.
You know, like, I'm not saying move forward in a reckless way that
No.
opens up the town to, like, you know, all kinds of liabilities.
No.
I know that even with a cautious way forward, that's still possible, but I trust that our council, and, you know, I also trust that our council's going to speak to other, you know, important councillors as well. So, like, yeah, move forward in the way that is legally possible. And if it turns out to be so impossible or unworthwhile, then I'm sure that the agenda setting committee will weigh that.
Okay. Any other discussion? In that case,
You're a lawyer. Just let people make bad decisions.
so all those in favor of Liz's motion indicate with an aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm confused. So it's not been
It
rescinded?
has not been rescinded.
Okay.
So the motion, currently the motion on the table is to have a discussion about, if you want to just
The
repeat it.
major tenets of the issue regarding transfer of care and interagency coordination.
Okay.
So all those in favor of Liz's motion indicate with an aye.
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 All those opposed? Nay. So that's going to carry 3-0 or 3-2. What I think that's going to look like then is we're going to need to figure out that discussion. And I think I understand from the select board that we want to have that discussion prior to a decision. I don't want to land, I don't want to try to figure out dates right now at 11:20 at night. So what I will say is we'll make sure that there's a select board meeting prior to the decision, the meeting where we're going to have the decision to have this discussion. And we'll make sure there's ample time for public participation on it. And that may mean that we will move the date of the 19th for the decision. And I think that what needs to happen is we just need to talk and figure out what is the best way to move forward so that we do our due diligence to enact the will of the board on this issue. And we'll make sure that we give everyone plenty of notice. And maybe that will just replace the public listening session. Maybe we will also do that as well, but we'll just make a new schedule based on this change in the calendar. And we'll just make sure that we give plenty of notice for everybody. And I appreciate people's flexibility with that. I had to commend John and Patrick and the rest of the municipal team. They came up with a schedule way back in like May, and they have held it all the way to like tonight. And tonight is the first time that we're changing the schedule at all. And that is because of a decision of the select board, not them. So yeah, with that, is there any final discussion? Yeah, but we're just gonna,
All right.
I think in that case, I think that kind of covers new business agenda item 8, 4, unless there was any other next steps.
No,
Please.
the next
Please,
steps
no.
were the public forum on September 12th at 6 p.m. at the Brooks Memorial Library. That was our plan. It may change, of course. So, and then
Yeah.
the decision was planned for the 19th, and that was our full project plan.
Yeah, and I see some hands. So if it's just about the schedule, I just think, I have a feeling that that's going to change. And what, yes.
I want to thank you, the board. I really do. Listening to you tonight, heartfelt conversations. And you're right, Ian, when you talked to everybody, passions, and everybody was calm. But I really appreciate your deliberations. And it isn't personal. Sometimes we think it is, but I don't take anything personal you say. I hope you don't think anything I say personal. But I really want to commend you and the meeting and the staff and the 2 visiting chiefs that came in. I think this is one of the most informative meetings we've had since this all started. So thank you.
Thank you, Dick. So basically we will, Franz?
You gonna wrap it up? Because I'm ready to make a motion.
Yeah, I'm just going to say one last time, we probably are going to have to move around things in the public meeting on the 12th. I don't know if it's going to happen. It probably won't happen. It's going to be moving around. Okay, so we're going to put out information about it as soon as we can. I'm ready for a motion.
I move that the meeting be adjourned.
Franz made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
It's going to carry 5-0.